We are ready to start. All right, good morning, everyone. I'm Mayor Devin T. Murphy. This is the Pinole special meeting, Pinole City Council special meeting for Saturday, April 29th. And we are now called to order at 9 a.m. All right, the first order of business is our pledge. So if you are able and willing, please stand for the pledge. Thank you so much. The next item on our agenda is our land acknowledgement, and I'll read that aloud. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Thank you. That means we're now on to item number 3 of the agenda, which is our roll call and city clerk's report. Madam City Clerk, good afternoon.
Good morning.
Good morning, right?
It's so unusual to be here at 9 a.m. Good morning.
I got to get it right.
Mayor Murphy.
I am here.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Here.
Councilmember Tave.
Here.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Good morning here.
Councilmember Sasai.
Here.
City Manager Murray.
Here.
City Attorney Casher.
Here.
Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on April 25th at 5 p.m. with all legally required notices. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda item this morning? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We'll go down to item number 4, which is our citizens to be heard. Just making an announcement that we'll have 3 opportunities for citizens to be heard. This is the first opportunity for items that are not on the agenda. And then when we get to our workshop item 5A, we'll have citizens to be heard at the top of the agenda item. as well as the at the conclusion of the agenda item. So we wanted to make that note, but for the first item, which is item number 4, citizens to be heard. If there are any items that are not listed on the agenda that citizens may want to speak under, now would be the opportunity. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Thank you, Mayor. We do. Irma Ruport.
Good morning, everybody, Mayor. And really quick, maybe I'm in the wrong section. This is just a general statement. Citizens to be heard. May I
Yes, ma'am.
speak it? Okay. Just a general statement regarding letters and correspondence and emails sent to any city staff or city. I would appreciate the fact that they respond either through email or a letter saying no comment or something to that nature. When we forward things to people, it's very annoying that you don't hear from them. And it's like, and you do want people to participate and be a part of it. So I do have a specific reason why I'm here. For example, can I just give it right now real quick? Or wait
Yes.
till, okay.
Yes, ma'am.
For example, this year I volunteered over a year at the food bank. And we sent a letter, my husband and I, who both volunteer, sent a letter to the city regarding issues and suggestions. No dice, no comment, no nothing. And other notices have been sent to other staff members. So I'd appreciate it if we get on the ball. If you want participation, please get on top of it, even if you say no comment. It's irritating to people when we don't hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. And if you don't mind connecting with our city manager about the letter, we can figure out a situation. Thank you so much. And City Manager Murray, if you can connect with that resident, that'd be great. Thank you. Any other public comments?
No other public comment.
All right, thank you so much. That means we'll close the public comment here, public comment period, item number 4, which brings us to item number 5, which is our only item under workshop item this morning, which is 5A, our special city council meeting on strategic planning. And this one will be led by our very own city manager, Andrew Murray. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for making special time today to get together for this meeting. It's been the City of Pinole City Council's practice to get together on a biennial basis to do long-term strategic planning and also receive some training on best practices in governance. So that is what our session focus on today. We actually have 3 different components. The first is, which will consume most of the morning, is receiving some training from our outside trainer, and I'll talk a little bit more about him in a moment. Then the City Council is going to review the city's existing strategic plan. So back in January or February 2020, the City Council established a 6-year strategic plan, really, that identified and defined the city's vision, mission, goals, and a number of strategies. And so the consultants who worked with us at the time to create that recommended as a good practice that the City Council review that at the midpoint of its lifespan to confirm that it continues to meet the city's needs and make updates as appropriate. So that's the second component of today's work. And then finally, we want to talk a little bit about the projects that are scheduled for city staff to work on over the coming year and try to nail down what those projects are going to be so that they can be incorporated into the budget, and also discuss a process for formalizing that additional council-directed list of projects for staff to work on. So those are the 3 main items that we're going to be discussing today. As I mentioned, we've brought in an outside facilitator, which has been our practice in the past. Today's workshop is going to be facilitated by Patrick Ibarra. He's the principal of the Mejorando Group. They're a strategic planning and training consulting firm that does a lot of work with cities throughout California and the Southwest, and has worked with a number of our neighboring jurisdictions in Contra Costa County. Patrick also facilitated our recent city leadership team department head retreat that we had, provide us with training and some facilitation for some long-term planning. So is fairly familiar with the city of Pinole and the folks and the projects and goals. So with that, I'll turn it over to Patrick to get the day started. As Mayor Murphy mentioned, we'll take public comments at 2 points during the workshop. We can take it and we can have Mayor Murphy or Patrick facilitate that. And we'll get started with the training portion.
Great. Well, good morning. Good morning. Where's this is on, you're all excited, probably woke up this morning. You couldn't wait, come into the session in the council chambers in the morning. You're not used to coming in here in daylight, probably. That's first shocking on a Saturday. Well, it's wonderful to be here and spend some time with you today. The best days for this community are in front of it. They're just not a guarantee. How do you continually move this community forward? And Pinole is a lot of things. Static, it's not. It's highly dynamic. So in some sense, what got you here won't get you there. My role today is I'm a flashlight and a mirror. I'm trying to shine a light on things and hold the mirror up. We're going to spend some time, as Andrew shared this morning, doing some review about you as a group. Recent election, there's turnover, there's transitions. Those of you that are fairly new to office, you'll learn that you can no longer put ice cream in your grocery cart when you arrive at the grocery store, because by the time you leave, it's melted. There's people that you don't know you. Fair enough. Is that a good example? You love that people talk to you and you're trying to sort of listen to all those different points of view and reconcile that, share that those contributions in your role as policymakers. I know you don't do it for the great pay and great benefits. So it's about giving back and trying to understand your perspectives from your colleagues, from the community, from the staff. There's a lot going on, and that can be overwhelming even in the best of times. Obviously, these last few years, it's been challenging to try to reconcile people's points of view and decisions that you make and move the community forward. We're going to spend some time this morning just helping you sort of reset, reflect, maybe re-examine your role individually and collectively as a governing body. So you have some materials in front of you. If you notice on the agenda, we do have some time frames. My role is to try to keep the process moving. So while it's a public meeting, it's not like a council meeting per se, where things can sometimes go on and on. We're trying to keep the process moving. As Andrew and I develop the agenda, we want to have a nice rhythm to the day. So it's not a sprint, but it's not a marathon. We will take a break. We've got breaks built in, a short lunch, and then the goal is to have a hard stop at 1:30 this afternoon so you can get back home and do those Saturday chores that you're missing out on right now. So you have the materials in front of you. I'm going to go ahead and get started. If you look on page 2, and I'm going to be up here recording some information. You look on page 2, it's about the benefits of good government. It's easy to acknowledge what the city's not doing. You're not doing this, you're not doing that, do more of this, do more of that. This is in this handout that looks like this. If you grab that, by the way, I put some Mejorando Group materials out for you. Those pins are magical. All your wishes come true when you use those pins, so feel free to use those pins. But if you would look on page 2 where it says benefits of good government, there's a quote in there that the role of local government is to be the facilitator for a better quality of life. When you think about, are you in the output business? Are you in the outcome business as policymakers? And I would ask you, what are the benefits when you make decisions and help the community? What's happening in this community? What's happening that otherwise may not happen? What do you try? What's your role as policymakers? And I would contend that each and every one of you on council and Andrew and the staff, you're all community builders. Fundamentally, that's the outcome that you're in. You're trying to build a stronger, more vibrant community. So and I'm going to jot these down up here. What are the benefits when you all make decisions? What's happening in this community that otherwise may not happen? And whoever wants to share, there's really no right answer to this, but it's trying to help start the day off with the notion that you're trying to accomplish certain outcomes and it's not arithmetic, right? There's a lot of moving parts, push and pull and strain. So what do you think? What are the outcomes? Yes.
Better services.
Better services. Oops. I put spell check up here in case I misspell anything. So better facilities.
For guiding growth.
Guiding growth. Good word there, guiding, right? You're not so much as steering as you are guiding. And that's a delicate dance. There are certain things you can do to influence it. There are certain things you can do to steer it, but it's really kind of more of a craft than the science of growth. You're shepherding some of that, which can be challenging in all communities. So what else? What else is happening in this community as a result of the decisions you make that are executed by Andrew and the staff? What's going on in this community?
Some people are happier than others.
Okay, all right. And who do you tend to hear from most?
Those who are at least quote happy or satisfied.
Yeah, I think that's and that's not unique to Pinole. I think a lot of council members and communities across the country tend to hear from that. And so you're trying to reconcile that with what are other points of view. Not always easy to do. So what else? When you think about what compelled you to run for office, what was that? What impact did you want to have?
Broad representation.
Okay.
As best possible.
Broad representation.
Unbiased representation as
Okay.
best possible.
Trying to give a voice to certain segments of a community. Absolutely.
Increased awareness about what an individual council member and or a council is about. How they work or don't.
Okay. I would contend that all of us, mayor and council, the staff, members of the public, we're all kind of nerdy about government. I say that with love and affection, right? We're all kind of nerdy. How many of you notice things when you travel that other people in your car don't notice when you're in other communities? Right? We can all acknowledge that. So we're all kind of nerdy. We notice things. Not better, worse, just different. So I think sometimes the challenge in local government is people don't always pay attention to those things that are the result of decisions you make. You're a 24/7, 365 multi-million-dollar enterprise. There's nothing automatic in Pinole. It's all as a result as decisions being made. It's amazing what's getting done today while we're all in here. Right? It kind of reminds us that notion about what your impact really is. You get the advantage of sort of getting the inside baseball look at things. Sometimes the public, it's not as compelling to them. It's just not. Not a bad thing. It's just sometimes not as compelling. And I think about when you talk about that council member's work, you're trying to sort of acknowledge what your contribution is, what your colleagues' contribution is, and convey that to the public in a way that they can process it and understand it. And sometimes, again, it's just not always so automatic. Other dimensions that you think that are important in this community as a result of the decisions that you make? What's happening? What do you hear from the public? Yes.
So increase in value or decrease
Okay.
in home values.
Increase or decrease in home values. Kind of gets people where they live, right? They're noticing those dimensions as a result of zoning or adjacent land use or any of those sorts of things, traffic, other dimensions that impact people's property values, right? What else?
We're connecting the different communities.
Okay.
Like a web.
There's a lot of subcultures in this community, fair enough. And part of your role is you're sort of the nucleus of that, or maybe the nexus of that, how you broker that. Sometimes that's a challenge because the quality of life is really dependent upon your lifestyle and your socioeconomic status. So it's not universal. We've definitely seen more and more of that. And I have clients all over the country. I'm fortunate. We're definitely seeing that whole notion of quality of life is being revisited. And I would offer that you don't really have residents as much as you have demographics. And how they see their life is dependent upon where they live, where they work, all of those different areas. That's sometimes a challenge for local government, which tends to look at the public almost as a uniform group. Because it's supposed to look at one size fits all. And in some dimensions, that's the nature of what you do. Then there's the other ways where you're trying to customize it. There's a natural tension there between the common good and then the sort of the customized. And that's an ongoing challenge. I'm just sharing that with you as a perspective, trying to reconcile, again,
Patrick, I think we're
Okay.
also workshopping and redefining the quality of life.
Okay.
I think that government has given access points to certain people in our community and not given access points to others.
Okay.
And so we're redefining perhaps what the quality of life as a term means for government services. At some point, police and fire used to be everything that government provided locally. Now, after a pandemic, after, more diversity on our council, quality of life means something different to people in the city of Pinole, and we are redefining that every day.
Yeah, well said. And what we're seeing as a trend, it's kind of interesting, kind of as we transition from the pandemic to the next stage, is some communities are defining public safety as a segment of public health, which I'm not sure we would have seen it through that same lens prior to the pandemic, just in the notion of what that generated in communities, their concept of what public health meant. Obviously, we're seeing an expansion of that about mental health. A lot of communities are looking at that. So again, it reminds us that your community is not static, it's highly dynamic. And some of these trends you're not generating. They're being sort of directed at the community from residents, from businesses, from land use, from regional issues. And you're trying to be proactive. And what we're trying to do today, especially as we get into the strategic plan, is find that natural toggling between being proactive and being responsive. Sometimes in government, there's a challenge. It tends to be reactive so much that it can lose sight on being proactive. And those are different muscle sets, being responsive and then being proactive. There's an old saying in government that public policy is made by those who show up. So you're also trying to gather viewpoints from people that, for whatever reason, may not feel as though they have that voice, or they may not be as interested about some of that. Keep it in mind that government can do just about anything, hard to do everything. You have capacity limits, which we'll get into later on, and you have capability limits. I would offer that you're always in the car addressing community issues. You're just not always driving the car. Sometimes you're in the passenger seat. Sometimes you're in the back seat. You're a convener. You're an aggregator. You're an assembler, community-based organizations, nonprofit, the private sector. You bring resources to bear, but it's not always a city employee per se that's addressing that community issue. So you're assembling those. And you had a history of doing that. I think you're going to see that more and more. Part of your role is how you assemble those resources to address community issues. We're going to get into some of that as you look at going forward and services that you're trying to maybe expand or new services as well. Other thoughts about this? Again, there's no right answer. Simply just trying to tease out here early on a Saturday morning.
I think to your previous point, we're really crafting an environment where we amplify community voice, as well as increase community engagement.
Yeah, community
in the most
voice.
equitable way. And when I say the most equitable way, I think you made a point previously where policy is made where by people who show up, right? And there's a lot of people who in this community who, maybe don't have the luxury of spending their free time to come to council meeting, or they're holding multiple jobs and they can't really drop everything to show up on a given Tuesday or Saturday.
Yeah, we definitely, as I had my pre-session phone calls with all of you leading up to today, and you're definitely in the sweet spot where a lot of communities across the country are trying to maneuver through this whole concept of public engagement. And what we have found, definitely the pandemic shined a really bright light on that. And where we're transitioning, I think, as a nation and local communities is not so much about what government is telling people, it's what people are telling government. So in a way, the narrative is shifting. It's how you enlist the members of the public, and not always always the most frequent customers, but how you're actually sort of reimagining, if you will, refreshing, how do you involve, which makes it more messy. It slows it down, but you love that more people are involved, right? It just makes it, democracy is not supposed to be efficient. And it's supposed to be it's supposed to be broad-based and inclusive. And I think what we're seeing is more and more voices at the table. It makes it more challenging. At the same time, it probably makes it more supportive. I have this saying, no one washes a rental car because people don't wash it. You want people to feel as though they have connection to this community beyond just voting or owning property, right? Feeling that you're representing their point of view as well as themselves. Again, as we see, that is, we love that. It's just, it's a little messier. It's a little messier. Again, I'm just offering that as an observation. Messy in the sense of more people are at the table. Most cities during COVID saw attendance at their council meetings go up because of the virtual aspects of it, which we love, right? You love that. Just makes it a little bit more voices. And maybe it's not always the most conventional voices. So how do you blend those? How do you reconcile back to that reconciliation, synchronization in some respects? Anything else about the benefits? I would offer to you that all of this hangs in the balance. This is not a guarantee. This is the result of decisions you make that are executed by the city manager and his staff with input by the public. And in some sense, this is why you're here today. Keep in mind that as we get into the strategic plan and other proposed expansion of services, some of the things we won't talk about today, and it's not unique to Pinole, but some of the things you won't talk about today are daily services, which consume probably 80 to 90% of staff's time. So as we get into the strategic plan and then other dimensions of that may be add-ons, it's important to recognize that there's already a lot underway, right? And all of this is a result of decisions that you make. And I'm just sharing that with you, that this is fragile because you have to make decisions to make sure this happens. And if you've lived in Pinole for a better part of your life, you've probably seen experiences where this was not always the case. That's not a criticism, it's an observation. There's an ebb and a flow to these, are there not? Some things were more prominent at some point in the community's history, and then other things took precedent. Now, right now might be some other things that are taking more precedent than other dimensions. The fact is your daily services are sort of the bread and butter of what you do. All right, well, thank you for indulging me on that. We'll keep that in mind as you go throughout the day. Now, what I wanted to do is share with you on page 3 about how to enhance credibility as a governing body. I spent 15 years in city management. In the last 21 years, we just celebrated our 21st anniversary for the May Hondo Group, so we're now legal. So we had our 21st anniversary a few weeks ago, and we have clients all over the country. We're based outside of Phoenix. I'm a former resident of Dublin, so I still have lots of clients up in the Bay Area, as Andrew mentioned, and all throughout California and all throughout the country. So I've been in this business for a fairly long time. And what I have found about how the public views you is through these different lenses. I just want to walk through these as just a reminder, a refresh, how the public views your credibility as a governing body. Starting at the bottom, the results you achieve. What are you achieving on their behalf? Are you in the output business? Are you in the outcome business? How are you marketing that? I come from a place of love and affection. So when I say this, it's not a criticism, it's an observation. Most local governments struggle to market their value proposition to their own residents. So people take things for granted. Back to that notion, it's not very exciting until it's not there. And again, nothing is automatic. So what are those results you're achieving on their behalf? And how are you reinforcing that to them? The next one is the employees. Andrew and the staff know this very well. When you put a city uniform on, you're immediately omnipotent. You know everything about everything. And the public asks you questions about a variety of things. People notice you differently in this community. Hopefully you're receiving phone calls, as hopefully Andrew is as well, from the public that notices when an employee goes out of their way. There's also the people that are spotlighting employees about things that they're doing that they think they shouldn't be doing. The way they drive, the way they interact. And remember, the city's role is you're an advocate and a regulator. So some of your employees see people on their worst day. Some of your employees have to tell people no. That doesn't always land well with the recipient. So the employees, what they say, how they say it, their level of interaction is always under the spotlight. And that can be smothering to employees. And hopefully you're getting good comments when an employee goes out of the way to do something extraordinary. So that people cue on that. That's very personal. Their interactions or observations. The next one is financial, the most quantifiable of all of these. It's a metric. And I know it's always fun to explain your bond rating to the public. What I would suggest, it's your credit score. People get that. Cash fund reserve, bond ratings, your financial. When people go in to vote, I would offer that they don't vote just based on numbers. They vote based on their faith in the judgment of people that are in office. Because when they're going to tax themselves, that is a high level of trust and judgment in your judgment. And it's about how you're communicating that to them about their value, not just their economic value, but the value. Remember, people volunteer to live in Pinole. You volunteer to serve. Andrew and the staff volunteer to work here. Businesses volunteer to investors. So people are here by choice. So the financial one, again, the most quantifiable. Next one is services, the portfolio of services. How modern are the city services? How that's evolving. I know this is kind of goofy. This is definitely trending about that dimension. Cities are revisiting their notion of building more tennis courts, and they're looking at building more pickleball courts. I'm old enough to remember in city government back in the 80s when we built baseball fields. Then here came the soccer people. Then we started building soccer fields. Then here came softball. Talking about building softball fields. I was in San Ramon last Saturday. They're talking about building cricket fields. So you know that in recreational habits, that's sort of the tip of people's lifestyle and your services. Online services, in-person services, you're always ongoing how people interact, that portfolio. How modern is that and how you're delivering it? The next one is citizens. What's the caliber and content of conversations you're having with members of the public? What's the volunteer pool look like in Pinole? To consider for boards and commissions or just other opportunities. That's an ongoing challenge increasingly in communities of all sizes, is what's that pool of volunteers? How are you kind of building the bench, if you will? What are those conversations you're having with members of the public that maybe you don't always hear from? How do you help them understand what maybe their potential contribution is? Because as you all know, it's quite a commitment to be in public office. It can also be quite a commitment to be on an appointed board or commission. People have to make choices, all of those different things, and also just to be involved in some respects. So those conversations. Next one is ethics. You don't get a lot of credit for that. You're supposed to be. But what can happen halfway across the country or halfway across the state can reaffirm in people's point of view about ethical behavior. And I would offer to you that that has been occurring with cities across the country the last year or so. You know, there's ethics with a capital E and there's ethics with the lowercase e. So I would encourage you to think about when you make that comment about ethical, that tends to send up a really red flag and it can create some really stressful conversations when people say somebody's being unethical. Because there's almost a legal implication for that. I'm just sharing that with you. That word seems to get bandied about a lot more. And I think it can be very divisive among elected officials when people say that. So words matter. And that word can take on a whole new meaning when people say that, because it does have some connotation. We'll get into that as well here in just a minute. And then political. As I share with councils, I can't tell a whole lot about your character by how you agree, but I can tell a whole lot about your collective character, about how you disagree, because stress reveals character. Let some other city in the region be on the news for the wrong reasons. It's late, you're tired, you're hungry, it's at a council meeting. Just call the question. I'm ready to go. And you've got a colleague that's asking more questions. And you're tired and you're hungry and you're ready to go. That's usually the test of your character, is it not? To give people space to maneuver through that conversation. How you're working through things. Groups traffic in trust, and that's very delicate. It's very fragile. There's some ups and downs to that. You're going to have some level of dysfunctionality. Just make sure it's tolerable. Because when it's not, trust is a currency we have in all relationships. And when trust is compromised, it's really hard to restore it. Each one of you will be in the spotlight for reasons you don't. You know that. Each one of you will be in the spotlight for reasons that you like. You all know that as well. Some of these items that you're really passionate about, other people are not as passionate about. They're passionate about other things. Politics is the art of compromise and the art of influence. And it's hard to be influential if you're not willing to compromise. So how you work through those dimensions is always a challenge. And right now there's so much pressure on council members, including all of you, just the push and pull of dynamics. Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? I think we should do this. I think we should do that. There's no shortage of priorities. It's how you work through those. And I think that's an ongoing challenge in all communities, regardless of their demographic, regardless of the circumstance. That is not new. What's challenging now is there's so much more attention from different sources on those interactions that can create that sense of being smothered or feeling as though you're beholding. Because some people in the community think they're the sixth council member. And that could really push and pull your group in a direction that you may not want to go. I'm just sharing that with you. That's, again, not unique to Pinole, but it's distinctive because it's about all of you. So how you work through all these dimensions. And this was just from my own observation, how people look at you, how they look at staff. Do they have faith in your judgment? Do they believe in what you're saying? Even if they don't always agree with you, do they believe the process is inclusive and expansive? People wonder if democracy even works right now. And we know at the local level, you hear about all sorts of things, do you not? So you get pushed and pulled in a lot of different directions. And how you work through those issues is it's going to just continually be a challenge on a professional level and maybe even on a personal level, how you work through those things. And today, what we're going to try to do is reaffirm some of that. Help you have even more victories, more wins, more celebrations. That can definitely go a long way to helping just feel better about the team, the contribution you have as a member of this group. Again, I just share that with you as an observation. Things to reflect on. to consider in your role as a policymaker. So I hope this resonated with you. Just kind of a quick overview about all those different dimensions people are watching you through. So, any comment? I'm curious to know if maybe what you hear from members of the public that I missed about how conversations they might have with you about how they view your role as a credible policymaker, a credible community builder. Other conversations you're having of things I may have missed that they factor in? Just curious. Hopefully this addressed most of the items, but
My only thought is that when I think about the pillars that you mentioned, you spoke to, I think, 7 different pillars here. And while it looked like the political one was the least important, you spoke longest about that one.
yeah, it's kind of from the bottom to the top, right? I put political at the top because I think that's probably the most influential.
Oh, that's what you were saying.
Yeah, I was kind of in reverse order, right?
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think political is probably the most influential in the community. They all have gravity. I think that one probably has the most gravity.
Interesting. Okay, I thought
Yeah.
you were saying the other.
No, I'm sorry.
No worries. That makes sense now. I just maybe spent a lot of time.
That's a good point because I felt that, but didn't know how to ask it. Because I wanted to ask, why was there a particular order you put that in? Because I think that they all changed, right? We saw through COVID results achieved, right?
You're right.
Went straight to the
Good
top.
point.
Politics fell to the bottom. Citizens results achieved shot to the top. And I'm just looking at it, and you put that triangle. I guess that was what kind of gave me the visual of, okay, you know, and I just wanted to understand why you put them in those order. Is that the way you?
That's from my vantage point, I think.
see.
Yeah, and I think you made a great point.
Coming in, it's kind of like, okay, these are the things that we would deal with.
And it's very subjective, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's based on not any metric, but just on my own experience and my own observation. And I think you made a very good point. I think results achieved definitely rose to the top during the pandemic, and political issues went away. And it really depends on the issue. And I would say that if I put these, some of these are operating concurrently, are they not? It really depends on the receiver. What's most important? To some people, it's results. They're not as worried about politics. Other people look at everything through the political lens. So it's not a scientific interpretation. It's really a subjective interpretation just based on my experience. And I think that, and you all know, depending on who you talk to, some of these may not even be on their list, and some things are really prominent in their mindset, and other things are not as important. And even for the 5 of you, some of these things may be really prominent, but some may not be as important. It's just from my take on it.
I just think that as we say that, like, credibility is always in question, no matter how good you're doing, no matter how well your service, and it should be, right? That's part of this system. So it was just interesting that they were in that order, because I found myself kind of saying, wait a minute, financially, we need to make sure that that's okay. Or, citizens would go to the top in certain instances, but no, thank you.
Absolutely. I appreciate the conversation. Anything else from your experience that you believe the public sort of thinks about your role as a community builder?
One of
Go ahead.
the both fascinating and challenging circumstances we find ourselves as the local elected official is both, and I think this applies elsewhere, because we're supposed to be representing where we live, and we live here. So it's been fascinating to me from day one, and I think we somewhat alluded to this earlier, where one day we are a resident, we're, as anyone else. And the day after election, we're considered to have donned the outfit that lets us think we know everything we're supposed to do and how to go about doing so.
Right.
So stepping away from the dais, I am the resident, and I see things as I recall seeing them while walking the streets and campaigning. And those are the results that are achieved or not. Those are the things that people will come to the dais and make public comments and speak about. The other matters going up this visual are what we discuss here.
Mhm.
And the political aspect of it, that top tier, is what we experience here as well.
Mhm.
I believe it's not necessarily what the majority of the public is aware of or even participating in, as we see even this morning. Most of us are here or there, not in the seats for the public. So I kind of, on my better days, I chuckle at how we juggle and or play or somehow make ongoing adjustments to what is expected of us and how we actually perform as individual council members. And the not so good days are the days where I don't understand why people don't see that difficulty. That's, but then that's me, because I would like them to be able to see that if they were in this spot, it's different. It's not only wearing the hat of resident, it's only wearing the hat of representative. And perhaps that has something to do with a sense of responsibility that we each carry about what the role is, and also our appreciation of what that role is and it is and it's not. So that's there, I think, but had me thinking about this. So regardless of the order, oh no, not regardless. I see the order that you placed these here as very much what I have observed in the time that I've been here, and certainly much more to be discovered and is discovered as the composition of a council shifts every 2 years.
Excellent points that you all raise. And this hopefully gives you some sort of framework about how the public actually does. They don't look at it just based on what they read or what they watch. Everybody has a variety of life experiences, their understanding about the role of local government, their level of participation. It's very subjective, and that's okay. That's the nature of it. I just tried to give you my rendition about particular dimensions, I think, that are part of your wheelhouse that the public definitely kind of is on the receiving end of that. And whether or not they acknowledge it in full force really evolves based on their own level of their own appetite. One of the things I try to encourage governments to do is that you're not the audience for your message. Sometimes government, there's forms and there's acronyms and there's policies and there's code numbers and it can be intimidating to people, whether or not there's a language challenge or not, but it can be a lot. And so the public on the receiving end, it can be daunting to understand how to navigate this issue or whatever. And so I think it's trying to understand that you're not the audience for your message. And how do you calibrate that message so the public actually processes in a way to understand these things hang in balance. And you're trying to do this on their behalf to ensure this. Because there are some people who want to turn government into a vending machine. They only want to pay for what they get. Other people see the government as the enabler of everything. That's a really big continuum. So always trying to work through that yourselves individually and collectively, and then partnering with the community is an ongoing challenge. It's exciting. It's just sometimes an opportunity to inform, to illuminate, to educate, to expand. I would offer this to you. Oftentimes in government, the default between where you are and where you want to be, there's this notion that it's a resource gap. Facilities, equipment, technology, people, services, et cetera. I would offer to you, from my vantage point, the difference between where you are and where you want to be is not as much a resource gap as it is an imagination gap. It's trying to think about how is this community evolving. Absolutely, resources are pivotal there, but you can add more resources. Doesn't necessarily translate to better outcomes. It all is about where they're directed. And I would offer to you the city's most precious resource isn't money, it's time. On what do you want Andrew and the staff to spend their time? And that's really prioritization. And there's also the notion that much of their time is already devoted to maintaining, or if not enhancing, daily services, operations, and programs.
So Patrick, that one speaks to me a lot. I know what you just said. I don't know how you said it with this great that we're being recorded right now, but the reimagination resource gap is a critical one. And that's what I meant about redefining quality of life is how much time do we have to say, residents, you're saying to us the quality of life is different. And then we have to make time to reimagine what that quality of life is. And then we have to also disseminate that information to different audiences, employees, the public, and the providers of said quality of life services, right? Whether it's the city or it's a partnership with a private entity, that reimagination gap that you just mentioned it speaks to me very much. And I just wanted to make a comment because I feel like that's almost an agenda item of itself, is to discuss how we reimagine, because it also leans into the uncomfortability of a lot of other questions, uncomfortability around equity and who gets what and how resources are distributed in a public agency. And it also makes me question around like, which partners are responsible for deciding them? Do we as a council get to decide that? Well, government does, yes. Is that the equitable way, just because it's been done like that for hundreds of years? Probably not, considering there's certain people who've been at this table, who are now at this table, who at some point were not allowed to be at this table. So there's this reimagination resource gap, I think, in a lot of government. And I think, again, the pandemic, more diversity in government, I think those are variables that have challenged how to build that. And I'm still questioning, like, what do you see as building that ecosystem, web, whatever that means? Like, are you saying this is the solution? These pillars are the solution to that reimagination resource gap? Or are you just opening another question and thinking about like how we make that happen as a council?
Yeah, I think there's a natural tension there. So, yeah, I would offer you creativity is the new currency of success. And it's a muscle set that's often not as actively developed in government because government tends to be risk averse. So they hear creativity, they think it's the antithesis of being predictable because government likes predictability. So I think when you talk about reimagination and you as policymakers, you inherit decisions from your predecessors. You also inherit the expectation by the public about services and operations. So when you consider that reimagination, there are things you can't really shed. There are things that are fundamental. You have a fiduciary responsibility to the public that consume a good portion of the budget and require a certain amount of time. In private business, you can decide if what you're going to shed and let go of certain things and adopt new things. You have a lot more discretion. I think in government, that's that natural tension to say, well, we don't really want to do that. We don't even want to do that anymore. You don't really get that choice about certain things. So when you start adding more to the list, then there is that natural tension about what are you not going to do? Because these things you're obligated to do. And so let's add more to it. And that's the kind of conversations you're having now and you're going to continue to have. And I think the opportunity there is to acknowledge both sides of the ledger, things that you inherit that you have to do. And you may not be really excited. Some of that's not really exciting, maybe to the casual person, but it's an obligation you have to the public. And then what you want to add to the new things. And there is that push and pull because some of those things you can't get out of the business of doing. And I think that's and I would offer you, try not to be frustrated by that. Try to understand that that's an opportunity to say, okay, then how do we revisit the mix? But it's not just adding more resources to keep adding and keep adding and keep adding. I don't know if you've ever seen a logo by committee. You ever seen a logo by committee? There's everything. I call it the kitchen sink syndrome. Everybody throws something on the logo. Well, we do this, we've got this, we've got, I know that's kind of goofy, but we've all seen it. It checked a lot of boxes, but it really doesn't have any convey a uniform message. But it was a check the box in the kitchen sink. And I think government struggles with that. Let's keep doing more. Let's keep doing more. I would offer to you, try not to measure the success of today by the length of the list. Because it's about being more choiceful and mindful about some of those things that you're doing. Maybe it's time to revisit what you've been doing historically and how you want to do it differently. That's always on the table. At the same time, acknowledging that if you're going to add new things, it's going to have a conversation about then what comes off the list. And some of those things don't get to come off the list. And it's not because the city manager doesn't want them to come off or the staff. It's because, again, that's part of what your, in some respects, statutory obligations, all of those different dimensions. And you're trying to find that balance. It's sort of the hygiene of what you do. You know, and I hope that you, again, that you sort of acknowledge, how do you reconcile? How do you work through that? It's a challenge. Some of the stuff is not as provocative as doing some cool stuff. Yes.
Yeah, if I'd like to add to that some of those inherited things or statutory obligations have a basis that is fundamental and is enduring regardless of they being inherited or started at some point, someone started those. And we're in a position to start some of those, no doubt, as well, not to disregard the basis for why the kinds of things that continue, even to identify what those are and be aware of the basis for them is important. I think sometimes that is what we don't necessarily understand. And so it becomes attractive to add on because we the invisible kinds of things that we take for granted that happen in cities, to have the fact that we have safe water or clean air or not, right? Or to the degree that we do, those are fundamental, will continue. Those require certain kinds of activities and time spent and infrastructure, et cetera. And perhaps maybe more obvious to some audiences than others. Along those lines, there are probably other things that we're not always aware of here that we find from staff come and report to us that a certain kinds of regulation is at play, and they have to shift to attend to that. And thank goodness that they are here every day to attend to that, because we're not. So I'd like to also point to the fact that sometimes we're just not aware.
Yeah.
And we come in with this interest and excitement and fascination about wanting to do things new and of our doing, right? Because somebody had something to do with starting what's in place now, and who doesn't want to be that creator or have that creative approach to things. So, yeah, thanks.
So let me move on here. Thank you for a good conversation there. Let me move on to the next page. I've had the good fortune of speaking at a variety of conferences, including the League of California Cities. Some of you may have attended those conferences, National League of Cities. And so what I've put together is the best of new elected orientation materials from different state municipal leagues. And so I'm just going to review this as a refresh. And these are in no particular order. Okay. So the first one on page 4, and the something that's included in the agenda, but we did not include in here, is you currently have the norms of behavior for mayor and council. You also have a code of ethics. So this is sort of a supplement to that, not a substitute for that. So you do have those governance materials that are to guide not just the what, but the how of your interactions. I'm sure you're familiar with those. The first one is develop a sense of team, that there's a partnership with the city manager to govern and manage the city. That is a partnership, and give this consideration, if you will. At the conclusion of today, we're trying to ensure there's alignment of priorities between the mayor and council and the city manager, which is crucial to a healthy council manager partnership. Well, the way I understand it, Andrew's a pretty good dancer, but he can't dance. So the rumor has it, but he can't dance a different way every day of the week. He'll be exhausted. If you push and pull him in so many directions, it's hard to achieve any level of progress. So we're trying to make sure there's some clarity about alignment of priorities. The second one is we've talked about civility and council member behavior. Just be, that whole notion that you're in that spotlight and how you interact. And when the public talks about you all, they don't talk about individuals, they talk about the council. And so just keeping that in mind in your interactions with your colleagues, formally and informally. The third one, think and act strategically. Sometimes that seems a bigger challenge than I think what we would have as a casual glance. As was mentioned, after you get elected, when you come into City Hall, you're not just a resident, you're a council member. So you generate a lot more attention, if you will. When you think about your conversations and how you're sort of working through that, there's the one thing about an operational issue. It's another thing about a policy issue. One person doesn't make a policy, and that sometimes can be frustrating for elected officials. You get calls from all different residents about all different things. Some are operational, something didn't happen. Can you look into this through Andrew and a department director? Boom, boom, the issue is resolved. You can call the resident back and you're done. Then there's policy issues, which are more textured, more layered, more complicated. And that can be sometimes a challenge for even the most seasoned elected official, differentiating between an operational issue and a policy issue, because you want to be able to respond to the member of the public in real time, quickly. And sometimes that you're not going to be able to do that because they really want you to revisit a policy. And so trying to understand that distinction between operations and policy, just good refresh there. Number 4, respect the shared constituency. The fact is, each of you cannot be plugged into every community group. You'll be exhausted. It's not sustainable. You do rely on each other. The diversity of your background and your viewpoints is a source of strength for your council, the diversity of who you interact with. So some of you are plugged into a certain segment of this community. Rely on that council member for that point of view. Other people are plugged into other segments of the community. Use that as a source of strength, because sometimes that's where councils, they try to govern like they campaign. And if you try to govern like you campaign, it's really hard to move items forward, because then everything's a zero-sum game. So recognizing that other people, all of you have a passion and expertise, and you're plugged into different members of this community, see that as a source of strength. Because you can't be plugged into everybody all at once. You'll be exhausted, and it's not sustainable. Number 5, understand and demonstrate the elements of teams and teamwork. You are part of a group. How you work through that, in some respect, there's only one ball. You're to use basketball, so there's only one ball. In other words, there's only one decision the group is making. So understand how you work through that. Number 6, having clearly defined roles and relationships. We're going to get into some of that here in just a moment. About how you work together. You inherit this institution that has protocols and practices that have served it well. So understand those dimensions and what your role is in that. We're going to get into some of that here in just a moment. Honor the council staff partnership. This is a hierarchy. The only person you hold accountable for the performance of the organization is the city manager. So working through him to address your concerns in a timely, responsible way is sort of that back to that partnership, acknowledging that how your role is to make sure that works. Number 8, allocate governing body time and energy appropriately. This is really suggested for newer members. The challenge after you get elected is if you don't put partitions on your life, you'll burn out. If you're always accessible to the people, out to dinner with family, if you're always on the line, if you're always on the phone, you'll be exhausted. You got to make sure that you're still having fun, that you're enjoying it, that you're enjoying your colleagues, that you're enjoying your role. Some of that is on you. After you get elected, it's a steep learning curve. And all of a sudden people reach out to you. And you love that they reach out to you. Again, I'm just suggesting you have to make sure that you're prepping for council meetings, reading the packet, devoting the time necessary. And especially with the public, having some boundaries. If you don't, I think you'll just be exhausted. I'm sure some of you've gone through that ebb and flow, and you have to sort of set some hard boundaries for your personal life. If not, other people will control your schedule for you, if you will. Number 9, having clear rules and procedures for council meetings, making sure you understand those protocols and practices, who makes a motion, who calls the question, all those sorts of things. You'd be surprised how many times those issues can create hard feelings among council members. So understand that some of that's based on history, protocol, institution, governance rules. If you don't like the governance rule, then you can have a conversation to change it. But if you don't like it, it doesn't mean you don't get to comply with it. And I think that's a challenge sometimes for all councils. So understand those things. Don't let those things interfere with your interactions as colleagues. Recognize what those are. Number 10, practice continuous learning and development, whether it's the league or National League of Cities. Be involved. While the issues are distinctive to Pinole, they're not unique to local government. So, and some of these issues are not unique to even California cities. So you can learn a lot from cities halfway across the country. One thing we love about local government, nothing's proprietary. And staff does this a lot, talks with their colleagues in other jurisdictions, sharing, learning. That's one of the beauties of local government, not just to cut and paste or plug and play, but how are they dealing with homelessness? How are they dealing with affordable housing? How are they dealing with these issues? Not just because they're dealing with it that way you should, but it is sort of learning from other jurisdictions about how they're tackling it and also you sharing. So number 11, this is now actually in the council meeting, trying to communicate and problem solve, separating the person from the problem, focus on interest, invent mutual options or invent options for mutual gain, build on each other's ideas. Right? You get access to information that you didn't always know when you were not in office. Now you sort of see all the inner workings. How do you work with your partners and build on ideas? Hey, I hadn't thought of that. Be willing to revise your point of view. I think that's a sign of strength, even though some people view it not. But when you get access to information, helping you revisit that. Number 12, distinguish between values, interests, and positions. Using objective criteria. Be attentive. That's a challenge in today's world when you're pulled in so many directions. Somebody comes up here to speak to you. It's eye contact is equivalent of oxygen. Each of you are talking about an item. Being present. A staff member is making a presentation. Being present and really soaking that up. I think in a way that is an ongoing challenge for all of us because our mind's moving 1,000,000 miles a minute. We're on our phone. We're doing something else. But eye contact is equivalent of oxygen, and it gives people it's a sign of respect, whether it's a colleague, staff, or member of the public. Just keeping that in mind. And then the final one here is effective public engagement. And these are not in priority order. Okay, so effective public engagement. how you're interacting, how you're enlisting, how you're involving, whether it's about what you're sharing, but also what you're asking. And I would offer to you, yeah, I've yet to see any city that has a real playbook on that. It's sort of a work in progress. So understand that there's going to be some level of experimentation. You're going to try something. Did it work? If it didn't, let's try something else. That's sometimes challenge for local government because they want to try it. They want to make sure it works. Council members can be a little fickle. Let's try that. Just make sure it works every time, which can really undercut the notion of being innovative. Remember, being innovative is not necessarily about doing new things. It's about adding new value. So if you're going to try something different about public engagement, let's try that. How did it work? What feedback do we get? It didn't work. Let's try something else. Be comfortable with some level of experimentation on engagement. Because if you already knew what to do, you'd already be doing it. So there is some level of discretion there, trying some things. And all cities are in the same position. I think the pandemic really shined a light about how effective it was. And now we never go backwards. So how do people want to share that voice? How do they want to be involved? And what's your role in grabbing those points of view? So I would say it's going to be a process, not an event. And it might be a little bit of a roller coaster. You know, you're going to go over some bumps and might have some bumps and bruises. And then say, well, that didn't work. Let's try something. And be ready to feel that from the public. You say, well, that didn't work for us. Okay. Mistakes are bad. I'll offer you that. But what's worse is a culture that doesn't tolerate them. And a great way not to make mistakes is don't try anything new. Government sometimes does that to avoid political fallout. Well, we're not going to do that. Okay, then what will you do? And that last one is definitely an area that is, and many of you are big advocates for that. It's that getting comfortable. Just let's try this. Let's try something else. Let's try something else. If that didn't work, pull it back and maybe decide what you're going to do different. But it's not going to necessarily be, there's a concept in marketing called spray and pray. You send it out to everybody and you hope somebody reads it. I think what we're seeing is less mass marketing and more micro targeting about who are those members of the community you're trying to enlist and involve and engage in those conversations, and what's your strategy, and then how do you deploy those tactics? In a way, it's a much different conversation. We're getting comfortable with that. Anything else that I've missed in what you've seen in your role as an elected official to help you be more effective individually or collectively? These are just what I've gathered. Yes.
Pardon if I missed this, distinction between values, interests, and positions.
What do you think that is?
It's very broad. They're very distinctive kinds of aspects of how we operate as individuals, let alone how we share what those are to eventually come away with the consensus about something. I just wondered if I missed your observations about this. Sorry, I stepped away for a little bit.
Oh. I would say that, well, I would ask the mayor and council, what do you think about that? There is a distinction between values, your interests, and your positions. What do you think that difference is? Because that all manifests itself in your conversations as council members. Mm-hmm. What do you think?
Something that's not here that I mean, maybe it's under that is just like understanding backgrounds of folks. And sometimes that what I see in values, interests, and positions can sometimes be a geopolitical background. Where you're from, oftentimes your environment has a effect on your product. And when we say geopolitical, I think a lot of the time we think about like wartime, right? And war of like, other countries, but even in California, even in the United States, even in the Bay Area, there are geopolitical impacts, right? This part of the Bay Area is different from Lafayette, right? I mean, very different, but we're all in one county. This part of the Bay Area is very different from the city of Oakland, but we are along the I-80, right? There's still this kind of frontline backgrounding that we still have to understand one another as a council to understand like what our values are, what our interests are. And certainly I think those define our position.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, not only geographical, but also the time in which you grow up.
Right.
The era in which you grow up. And you've got a good mix of demographics among your council. We're all a product of the time in which we grew up. That influences us. We're both influencing it and we're influenced by it. And I would offer to you that this council demographically is broad. I would see that as a source of strength. Thank goodness we're not all the same, because that can create almost blind spots that people don't always recognize. I've seen that many times in my career where people don't always see those because they're not bringing those vantage points from their own background. Not better or worse, it's just different. I think that's where the challenge is. And I say that intentionally, that it's not better or worse. It is just different. Sometimes people hear different as in bad. Sometimes councils interpret asking a question as people inferring that as criticism. Sometimes people ask a question because they're curious and they want to understand issues, or they ask a lot of questions. And as you all know, as new members, you inherit decisions from your predecessor. You don't get a chance to wait. You got to ask more questions. So I think just keeping in mind those, having that patience and empathy, which sometimes is not always abundance because we get other things that can run at cross purposes, but being mindful of that and we build better relationships by listening to understand, not listening to reply. And I think sometimes all of us just get short. We jump to conclusions. We know better. We've done this before, and we cut people off, and that tends to not land well with people. And everybody's been in that position. So I think it's just remembering that, being mindful of that in the moment. Those are teachable moments for all of us, right? I'm just sharing that with you as an observation, because that's not going to go away. That is present. Yeah.
I was just going to respond, your position, you can evolve.
Yeah.
Your position can evolve, your interests can grow, but your values, that's baseline.
Excellent point. Yeah, I think your position definitely evolves in elected office. I think that's the sign of humility and grace and being self-reflective that what you thought and how it's changed, not only because of your access, but also the public's appetite sometimes. And then, yeah, I would offer to you, and I think it's a great point, our values don't really shift. They may ebb and flow a little bit, but fundamentally they are the same. And I think what you're trying to find as a governing body is you probably have more in common than you don't about values, about the community. It's how you work through those. And that's where sometimes interests can collide or positions can collide. But I think it's easy to sort of focus on what you don't have in common. I'm not naive. I get politics enters into it, right? But when that becomes a semblance of how you interact is how you handle disagreements. It can really penetrate and disrupt your ability to govern at all. And you're trying to be conscious of that, because I'm sure you know other jurisdictions that they allow that to pierce their sense of fellowship. And now they can't even decide on the basic things. And I've seen it. I'm sure you've seen it. I know staff has seen it. And being conscious about those. Anything else on here?
The bullet statement below that distinction between values, interests, and positions reads, insisting on using objective criteria. So it's somewhat kind of in contrast, I think, which is what builds that tension, right? Because I think unlike the objective criteria that we learned about is necessary with tangible kinds of things.
Yeah, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I think objective criteria is really where staff is critical in that. So it's a council meeting. They give you a council report. They give you options. Here's option A, here's option B, here's option C. Let's just use that. You want the benefit of their experience and their expertise and their knowledge and their insight. Some of that criteria is based on empirical data. It is factual. There's also some level of interpretation based on their experience and their expertise. You want the benefit of that, which is the best option of those three. And then they know as staff members that once you adopt that, they're supposed to administer that neutrally. So there is some level of objectivity on the staff side. That also creates challenges in communities around public engagement, because Andrew and the staff can't go online and argue with residents, especially if you're split on some issue. And some members of the public are out, they bait the hook. I mean, it was on next door. It must be true. They bait the hook, and it can frustrate council. Why isn't staff on there to dispute it? They're supposed to be objective. They're supposed to be neutral. You want that. That's one of the charms, one of the benefits of local government. Do they have points of view? Absolutely, they have points of view. So they're not partisan. They're providing you expertise and experience and insight about your options. And then once you adopt it, they're to administer it. Sometimes the council doesn't always see how that role works from a staff member, but then the public can take advantage of staff's objectivity. And that's what can frustrate councils. Like, why can't we go on there and tell that person? Government traffics and facts. People often respond with feelings. That can be potentially challenging, can it not? I'm just sharing that with you. That is the nature of it. You're the brokers of the empathy and the feelings. You're trying to understand things at a macro level and then still deal with them on a customized level. And that's brokering it. And sometimes you have to tell people no, you know that. Like, here's the policy. It's a hard, fast policy. Here's the rule. And you're trying to administer with equity, all of those notions behind it. But there are times that you're not going to always be able to say yes to people. And it's not for the lack of empathy. It's the notion that they're trying to look at it broadly. And that's not unique again here. It's trying to work through that. Anything else on here that I may have missed that you have found in your role?
Patrick, what I took
Yes.
away from what you just said is that there's some degree of need to rely on staff for their objective criteria. What I wonder about is whether that insistence on using objective criteria ought to also stem from among us or be among us, because it isn't, right? Because of what we bring
Yeah.
as individuals.
I think that's the nature of it. I think the more you try to be factual, then you can government can come off tone deaf to the public, right? So but at the other end of the extreme, if it's too subjective, then it's mass customization. Then you have no policy. Well, if it's for you, then if it's for you, then if it. So I think it's trying to find that natural tension, is trying to say, how do you fit? How do you make sure that works for the public at large? And trying to also have some level of customization without compromising what you're trying to do. And that is very delicate. And I think for you all, when you try to use objective criteria, I'll share this with you, then we'll take our break. There's really two ways of thinking about subjects. I'm going to draw these up here. There's an issue, there's an opportunity, there's a challenge. People get to the answer. This is called convergent thinking. Engineers are like this. Finance people are like this. You love that about them. You want a high level of precision and accuracy. Not when you ask them, well, is that engineering behind the bridge going to hold traffic? I think it will. Right? This is more about not. And finance people, I think we closed on time. You want some level of precision and accuracy. Fair enough. Then there's another way of thinking, not better or worse, just different. There's an issue, there's an opportunity, there's a challenge. You get to an answer, here's another answer, here's another answer, here's another answer. This is called divergent thinking. Never ask a city attorney a yes or no question. Never ask a planner a yes or no question. HR people, their response is, it depends. They're very contextual. I would offer to you, most of the items that you're dealing with in public policy are in this realm. You have lots of options. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that liberating? The challenge is, which is the best option of those? And that gets back to that whole notion of criteria. I see a lot of councils, I think, waste a lot of time, effort, and energy looking for the silver bullet about some issue. Like there's only one solitary solution to address these complicated social fabric, community challenge issues. Rarely, I think, if ever, is there ever just one. There's lots of options. That's both liberating and frustrating, because sometimes you wish there was only one. There are going to be times you have things on the agenda that do fit into this. But those are the items usually on the consent agenda, because it's a little bit more of a transactional. When you get into more, remember, by the time something's on the agenda, if it was easily solved, someone else would have done it. There's different viewpoints. Right? It's like the old notion, the old maxim in council meetings. The longer the agenda, the shorter the meeting, the shorter the agenda, the longer the meeting, the larger the dollar amount, the shorter the discussion, the smaller the dollar amount, the longer the discussion. I'm sure some of you've seen that. Staff chuckles when I say that because they know that's true. That's not unique to Pinole. I'm just sharing that with you kind of a little tongue in cheek. But I would say get comfortable with that divergent thinking. And staff is bringing to you that. And here's option A. Here's option B. Here's what would happen if you endorse option A. Here's what would happen if you endorse option B. You always have options. And I think where council sometimes gets frustrated is they want this. And I would say it's rare that it's going to be that. Like, give us just the solution. Well, we have a lot of options. I hope that resonates. It should be in a way kind of comforting. So when you're seeing how you navigate issues.
And Patrick, it does. I just want to make sure before we go to break, we go to public comment.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll start, well, Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
Yes, thank you. Irma Rupert and Maria Alegria.
Again, and thank you very much for your presentation, very enlightening. I think it's hit home for many of us. One thing I do want to add is enhancing credibility on page 3. Political, I've always been taught, I've lived here over 40 years, and I've always been coming to the council meetings, very much a part of the community input and process. What I like, and never held office, so I'm just coming on behalf of residents, not on the other side. Council, public, and staff, what we really need, and I think you're missing on this, is trust. Trust that we all do the right thing. You're elected, you're up there serving the public. This is a public meeting, and this should be very much attached to your ethics and learning that, you know, when you ran in campaign, ethics and saying, I represent you. For the past, this city, there has been a division. And I just want to let you all know that the only reason the division is, the city is divided because of conflicts of things that they weren't told, things that they weren't transparent, things that were promised and not promised and weren't told. So the fact that we come in and learn things after a person's elected and comes here on a bias situation seems to me that we need to address those issues right there and then, not 4 years later, not a year later. And I think the staff here has been at least less than 2 years or 3 years here in the city. Most of them, 99%, our city council, less than 4 years or 5 maybe. And we have new representatives from the last November campaign. New, fairly new. I've been here over and over, many times over, discussing issues. By the wayside, Irma, don't micromanage the city. I was hired to do the job. I don't need to listen to you. Okay, and I've heard it many times over. And it's a shame. And you wonder why people don't want to come in and participate. Because we've been told, I've been elected to do what I have to do. And it's a shame. It's a shame because, this is why I'm here. I think we need to learn from each other and grow from each other and be better than this, because I think the city could be more than what it is. We can be better. Civility, respect, and know your job. Don't do it here, because guess what? There's people out there are talking, and not just next door, all over the place. We want to bring the city to the level and credibility where it should be. Too many people have fought hard for this situation, and let's move on. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Okay. I was going to say, Madam City Clerk, do we have any other public comments? But we have one in the public. Thank you.
I really thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Ibarra, for your excellent presentation. I really have comments related to, actually, I've written comments related to the strategic plan. So I think I'll hold off on presenting those to the city council. And my only question is, I am restricted to 3 minutes on that comment for the strategic plan, because there are 5, you have several goals, and I like comments on each goal. I may exceed the 3 minutes, so I just want you to be reflective and flexible on that, if that's okay. And I also provided them in writing, so at that time I will submit them. Okay, and speak to them.
Great. So we'll
Thank
do a public comment at the end of each section. So after section 5, we'll do a public comment, and then after section 7 as well. Thank you.
Rafael Menes.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. I'm glad to be here and glad also that the COVID-19 rate in Pinole has finally dropped below 50 per 100,000. So I'm able to be here before you without a mask. Delighted to share that. So I have a few comments. I had to finish up my chores before I came here today. So I've been listening in on Zoom to the first part of this meeting. And one thing that I noticed was that the audio from this microphone was coming through nice and clearly, but the audio from council members was coming through a lot less clearly. And I don't know whether that's just an audio mixing issue or whether council members aren't speaking directly into the microphone, but I'd ask that council members please speak directly into the mic so people could hear you. The Zoom transcript function can catch it well enough to get it into text, but people listening on TV might not be able to get that if they don't have closed captioning turned on. With regards to what's been discussed so far, I think first off, it's important to recognize that, the role of the city council is political. A lot of the time when we're talking about the council, when we're talking about commissions, people say it's important not just to be nonpartisan, but also to be non-political. And I think especially at the council level, that it's not feasible to do that. Ultimately, politics is about making choices about how to allocate limited resources, whether it's the taxes that we collect from the community, whether it's staff time, whether it's council time. We have to deal with scarcity and allocate resources in certain ways. And that's what politics is about, negotiating between different value systems, different priorities, different goals, and finding ideally a consensus among the council, among the community about ways to harmonize and balance those values when they're in conflict, maybe making trade-offs. Sometimes we're having one set of values or one set of priorities higher. Another time we're maybe having another set of values or another set of priorities higher. I think it's also important when we're talking about, I thought it was particularly important, the item on shared constituency, because most of the time, just due to the fact that there's only 3 seats and there's more than 3 people running a lot of time, there's 2 seats and more than 2 people running a lot of the time. Not every council member is going to have been voted for by every voter in Pinole. So different council members have different constituencies, but you're still elected to represent everyone, not just the people who voted for you. So I'd ask that, if you keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any of the public comments in person or on Zoom?
Looks like that concludes the public comments.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll go back to Patrick for next steps.
Agenda, a break for 15 minutes. So if you want to call break, brief recess.
Sure. So we'll recess until time is that? We'll recess until 10:30. Exactly. There. All right. On. All right. Good morning. It's still morning, folks. Good morning and welcome back to our Pinole City Council meeting, the special meeting for April 29th, 2023. We are still on item 5A, which is our workshop item, our special city council meeting item on strategic planning. And we are on item number 4 of our addendum agenda, which is the refresher on council manager form of operations. I'll take it to our facilitator, Patrick, for the next steps.
Thanks, Mayor. So we thought we'd take the opportunity today's session to do a refresh on the form of operation you have, just to clarify roles, lanes, and expectations. And I'm going to stand up here and capture and get feedback from all of you. And there'll be times where I may invite the staff to also share, but just a good reminders, right, about what the roles, lanes, and expectations. So when you think about the role of you all as elected official, what's your role? What are you responsible for? Beyond the ceremonial functions.
Beyond ceremonial?
Beyond ceremonial, right? Yes.
Oh, I would say the main role is to listen.
Okay.
Ask questions.
Mhm.
More of the communication.
That's good. What else?
Would you consider voting ceremonial?
Well, I mean, in a way, yes, right? I'm trying to get beyond sort of what the top of the surface of that. What else is, what do you expect of each other? What do you expect of yourself? What do you think the public expects from you? You don't really get a job description, right? When you get elected. There you go. There you go. You sort of have to, and no one defines it like the incumbent. Right? They have to find that suit of armor, if you will. Have to figure that out.
I think research is a big one.
Okay.
If you have ideas, you are responsible for researching your own ideas or asking the right questions, which is part of research, to someone else who can research those ideas.
I think that's a good one. What else?
I think after listening and researching, bring those ideas to life.
Okay.
And whether that's, doing even more research or talking to city staff about how to implement that effectively.
All right.
Bring those ideas to the table.
What else? What do you expect out of each other?
Preparation.
Yeah, I think that's a good one.
For discussion that is informed by the research that's been done by others than us, than just us, along with what we may bring from our own.
I would say collaboration with each other and outside of our group.
And I think in the concept of collaboration, it also requires people to be patient, which is sometimes not our strong suit. And listen, back to that, to listen, to collaborate is to find common ground in some respects. It's to listen, to understand instead of listening to reply when you have your mind already made up. It's like, well, we're trying to figure out how to maneuver through this and trying to build on each other's ideas. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. That's interesting. Oh, maybe it's time to revisit that. So it's kind of messy back to that. And it's not always efficient. Efficient would just be, here's the item. What do you think? Here's the item. What do you think? Sometimes it's about being effective. I know that's a classic and kind of a very basic differentiation, but I think it's important to acknowledge that sometimes it's not efficient. It is productive though. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I find myself doing a lot of the research and preparation and just to kind of familiarize myself with maybe topics that I wouldn't normally, look at. So if somebody brings something up to go through that process of, okay, well, what is this city doing or what is that city doing? And really understanding, okay, on the surface, right? Not diving too far into the policies or diving too far into the details, but to familiarize yourself with topics of interest to other council members. Which is sometimes hard because the only time we really hear that is through the discussions on the dais or through future agenda items that people request. So somebody may say, oh, I want, a tree program, like I think we talked about. And then one person may say, oh, that's not an issue, right? Because nobody came to them to talk about it, right? But if somebody else like to honor that, if somebody came to another council member with an issue, maybe they just feel comfortable going to that person. And the rest of the council to understand and somewhat to staff it, that somebody is bringing this up and we should be familiar with it. We shouldn't just kind of say, hey, that's an issue that, well, nobody told me, right?
Yeah. I think that's a wonderful point. And it's also creates the opportunity for all of you as council members about what you're going to say no to and not feel as though it's personalized. One person doesn't make a policy and that can be a challenge in councils because it puts staff in the position of trying to vet it or evaluate it or come back. And then that council member can feel as though no one's listening to him or her. And that can create hard feelings. So I think it's about, in some respects, being self-aware and saying, yeah, I've got this idea, but maybe it's not the right time. Maybe there's other demands placed on the organization that are more pressing. It's not because the idea doesn't have merit. It just may not be necessarily the right time to find that entree, that runway. And that's an ongoing challenge. And each of you are going to have items like that you're passionate about. Maybe some members of the public are passionate about, and you're trying to figure out how do you find its way? Does it find its way? You're going to do some of that today. Does it find its way into the list of things to do? And it really requires some discipline and intentionality to also say, it's a good idea, and maybe now's not the right time. Right? And to allow that idea maybe to germinate or something.
Can I say this? And but I want people to be passionate about it if you got the energy for it, right? Because we only have so much of it. But I don't mind that part. I think it's just if you are passionate about something, be passionate about it with the understanding that that might not be the rest of the council. And I think for us, we all have to say, hey, I'm glad you're passionate about that. And I'll give it its due diligence, right? I'll take the time to learn it. I'll take the time to understand it and then kind of put it within the framework of, the values and positions, right?
I think it gets back to what excellent point. I think it gets back to Mayor, what you picked up on earlier this morning, which is back to that natural tension of reimagining the role of the city as a community builder, at the same time acknowledging that there are some things that you can't shed. And it's that understanding both of those realms. Some of it is the leadership is about plumbing and poetry. So some of what you're doing is plumbing. It's not very exciting, right? Until you need more plumber. And then there's poetry, which is more visionary. It's more textured. It's more uplifting. And local government spends a fair amount of time in both dimensions. And the plumbing never really goes away, meaning the basic services and what it obligates you to do. And meanwhile, here comes an idea for the poetry side. And it's wonderful. And people are passionate about it. It's like, okay, how do we incorporate that into, because we can't sort of shed some of the plumbing side of what we have to do. I'll just share that with you as perspective. Okay?
I was going to share also
Yes.
communication. The other part of the listening is to communicate out to whether it's to staff or to the public or to each other.
Sharing that point of view, being present, I think being prepared. You're all busy people. Take that as a given that you're all busy people. One of the challenges I've seen with council, so just maybe going forward, to be mindful of. Some people, some council members are actively present, visible in a community. I'll give you a classic case. There's a rezoning issue. I know this sounds like an odd one, but let's say there's a rezoning issue. Some council member, somebody on council might go out there, walk the property, look at the property, talk with the planning, talk with the city manager. Somebody else may not. That's okay. Somebody doesn't process things the same way. I think that requires back to that humility and grace and say, just because somebody else doesn't do the way you do it, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's how it's not as though they're not as interested either. So I've seen that create hard feelings on council. It's like, and they just process it differently. Maybe they're not as fired up. They get their information different ways. That's a source of strength, and not to feel offended if somebody doesn't do things the same way you do them. And I know we all know that, but sometimes when there's really issues that people are passionate about, they want other people to be passionate about it. And I think back to your point, people are, but maybe not as much. And they process it just differently. And that's not a bad thing. It's just how they do it.
I was gonna say fact checking. We have access to different conduits and to make sure that we fact check. And I know that's difficult because in things, the positive, there's also the negative, right? And they're both elicit an emotional response from people, especially if the issue is new. And I think we have to stick to what we know, right? In our decision making. More than that, because I think that happens to us and a lot of people. In order to elicit that response, to gain that passion, some people do use different tactics to do that. And I think that that's something that, for small local government, what I've noticed is very disruptive. I'll just say disruptive, for lack of a better term, to us trying to establish, the plumbing, right? And then moving to the poetry. But those emotional responses, a lot of times, I don't know if the other council members, but you get the brunt of it, right? And you're shouldering that brunt no matter what the issue is. And I think a lot of times, and you kind of take that in, you try to process it, and then try to get it to an action item to staff without the brunt of, someone screaming at you about the dog park or the roads or whatever, right? And I think the hard part of that is that from the council, we don't want to be out in the community doing that, right? Or drumming up that emotional response. And I think that a lot of times that fact checking kind of quells that down to say, okay, these are the facts and this is where we are. Just a comment.
Yeah, I think it's trying to find that blend of facts and perceptions to arrive at a point of view. And some people rely a lot on the facts to drive their point of view. Other people derive a lot more from perceptions and who they talk to, their point of view. And then you're trying to be cognizant in that moment as a policymaker to find the blend and who are the sources. So ongoing challenge.
And then Patrick, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
First, I'm facilitating. I was just making sure.
Thank you. I want to go back really quickly to a point that Vice Mayor Thomas made about communicating out. And one thing that I see as a responsibility of ourselves when we do vote on items is to really explain to our colleagues and explain to the public why we're voting yes, no, or abstaining to these different items that come to our attention. Do you see it as something as best practice or something that's a little bit more optional? Or what's your sort of perspective on that?
Optional. I think some people are going to say, this is why I'm not voting for something. And other people are just going to say no or yes. And I think while you'd like to know more about their point of view, some people are going to be more play their cards closer to their vest. And I think it's a matter of saying they're accountable for their decisions at the ballot box, right? And I know that can be frustrating. I've seen it many times with elected officials. I wish he would talk more about why he said no. Or I wish she would talk more about why she said yes. And I would just encourage you, try not to get frustrated with that, is that everybody processes it differently. Some people are going to go tell you exactly. Other people may not tell you much at all for their own reasons. It's back to that whole revisiting the property about rezoning. Some people be out there every day checking it out. Other people may not be at all. And each of you are accountable for your decisions to the public and not really so much to each other. And that can be awkward. And I don't mean that you're not at all accountable. You're part of the group, so you have shared commitments, but at the same time, you're really accountable for the decisions you make ultimately to the public, not as much to your colleagues. And I know that's an odd juxtaposition, but and that's just my point of view.
Thank you for explaining.
Yeah, I was just gonna add that I think I love the question around like non-ceremonial because I think a lot about ceremonial. And I think being an elected official is very ceremonial for a reason. But one of the things I think I expect from my council members and myself is ensuring mental health, our physical and mental health. There are some councils even in our county members who are not healthy right now, and it's a a challenge for those kind of councils who don't have a healthy mayor, but I think we're a healthy council member, and I think I've had the benefit of having generally healthy council members at our table who we show up. But if I didn't, I think we all would be concerned. So I think just expecting and supporting one another in our mental and behavioral health, I think is really important in a role of ours in the balance of what we do, because there's so much that we do.
Yeah, I think that's a wonderful point, especially in this day and age where things can get really intense and the temperature turns up. Each of you have lives outside of this. You're volunteering, you're passionate about what you do, but it doesn't necessarily define who you are. There's all other realms that you have, in some respects, a more pressing on the prioritization of your life. And I think just keeping that in mind, I think it's going to serve you well. So you don't get too like this is everything. It's part of your life. How about the role of the city manager? What's the role of the city manager?
The conduit between
Okay.
the council and staff.
Conduit between council and staff. Good. What else? What are your expectations? Again, no one defines it like the incumbent.
I've had the benefit of working with our current city manager from the beginning of his time here. I think I may have expressed this to our prior city manager, but I think it's one of the most difficult jobs there is because of the multiple personalities that they have to attend to. And by attend, I mean that they have to hear, try to distinguish really indeed what those things are that we've been talking about up to this point. What is a personal value? What is being said to him or her for the good of a city, along with the responsibility to do the things that he or she must do. So the role of the city manager then is to distill, and it's almost like a funnel, bringing in all the different ideas that in this case he gets from 5 people, plus the many that we don't know about from the public, and then work with those this is what I think is really challenging, and I'm very impressed. Certainly there's a format with staff reports, but to get to that objectivity of presenting fact and distinguishing fact from perception and presenting to us that objective neutral stance so that then we can take it and work with it is quite not even a task. It's a task definitely, but quite an art, quite a task, quite a set of skills that's required there. So it's distilling the multiple ideas that come to him from the various perspectives and making those, creating those to become something that's useful for decision making, to inform decision making actually, because we end up being the ones who decide on the basis of those reports.
Yeah, and I think one of the opportunities you have as a council, and Mayor, I think you mentioned this on the previous question, is the capacity you have at a staff level. You know, the size of your jurisdiction, you're a fairly flat organization, and that's by design. Meaning there's not a lot of mid-managers, there's not a lot of managers, if you will. There's working department directors, frontline staff. So you're pretty lean in that sense of staffing. And so their commitments are obligated to maintain the quality of daily services and operations. Here comes some ideas that you want to have some R&D done, some research and development done. And it's not for the lack of desire, it's in some respects the lack of bandwidth that staff is not wanting, they don't want to say no. They never want to say no to mayor and council. It's trying to revisit the options about who should be doing that research and development. You had mentioned this earlier, Mayor, about, I think it was you, doing research on items to explore some of those. You might end up doing more of that on your own, whether it's calling another city or doing some more vetting or doing all of that. And then bringing some a little bit more of a semblance of a straw man to Andrew and or your colleagues. Because you, in some respects, your staff, you don't really have staff unallocated to things they're already doing that have space in their time where they can then take on those special projects or this exploratory and do the equivalent of research and development. And I'll just share that with you. That is not unique to Pinole. However, it is very common among jurisdictions this size. Larger jurisdictions sometimes have more staff at different levels, but they have more opportunities to do that more exploration and take some of your ideas and then they can go vet it and take some of these and go do it. Your organization just does not have that much capacity to do that. So it's not for the lack of interest. It's really for the lack of where they're already obligated to do that. And I think that's where it goes back to being disciplined as a council to say, maybe that's a good idea. Maybe that's not the right time. Do we want staff to spend time on those sorts of items? And you're going to get into that here shortly about what's already on the list, what's already been added to the list, and maybe what you want to not include any more things on that list. I'll just share that with you. Anything else?
I was gonna say, the health of the city, and I mean, the financial health,
Okay.
the infrastructure health, the plumbing of the city that you mentioned.
Right.
Um,
You like that one, don't you?
well, it makes sense because no one thinks about it until it's a problem, right? And I think that's a good example of just all the stuff that goes on behind the scene. I think, yeah, the overall health wellness of the city, I think it has a lot of us providing direction and then the actual execution of that direction, right?
Yeah.
You know, so I think that's also part of that. I don't know how to word that, but it's like responsibility of
I would call that he's a translator. He has to take each of your ideas and the collective ideas and then translate, operationalize those ideas into services, into actions,
Right.
into making sure that they're being accomplished.
right. I think the city manager needs to set expectations of what's doable and what's
Yep.
not.
Yep.
I think that's something that yeah, it's a role.
And I would ask for your indulgence here. I'm trying to be mindful of the time to keep moving, so we're not doing necessarily an exhaustive inventory.
Mhm.
If that's okay. I'm just trying to keep it so we can cover more things than a few things just within depth. So I'm going to move on to department directors. What are your expectations? And I single them out different than staff because you interact with department directors differently than you do staff. What's the role of department directors? And they're all ready to jot notes down over here.
They're going to carry out implementation of their various plans, whether it's a financial plan, a general plan, infrastructure plan.
Absolutely. Yeah. They're responsible for executing all those. What else?
Well, and answer questions. I mean, I definitely do a lot of that.
Similar to the city manager, they're in some respects advisors to the council. In interpreting issues, offering points of view, you rely on their expertise, their insight, their experience. How's this handled before? What are some options? What might happen? They're consultative in that sense. Advisory.
Many of us, Donna, did you want to go, or Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
I'm thinking they're also, given their specialization, that they are also advisory to our city manager.
Yeah.
I've thought all along that, city manager makes things happen through working with the department heads. He doesn't do them, but makes certain, he orchestrates. Coordination, the implementation happens at the department level. And with that, the staff under the department heads then are sort of, I expect more than really what can happen, because I know I've heard this before. that there will be people out beyond the public who also recognize the kinds of things that are happening in the city, infrastructure wise is the clearest example, to then be able to address them and move it up the chain.
Yeah, and one point about, I know you had something too, Mayor. I think one thing about your directors is they're working department directors. So they're actively involved in daily operations. They're not just at the policy level. So they're having to broker that between the city manager and their staff, the staff and the council and all of those, and they still have their own workload. So they're not dealing strictly with policy issues and councilmatic issues or community issues. They're dealing with operational issues, performance issues, equipment issues, facility issues, which can consume a fair amount of time just on a daily basis. Just a reminder, just a reminder. Mayor, did you have something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think that a lot of the time we get residents who say, this is how a staff member at City Hall interacted with me. And oftentimes that's not something that I feel comfortable addressing outside of mentioning to the city manager. But I think the department directors have a huge role in facilitating or fostering like highly motivated and a highly functioning teams as well. And there's a fine balance there of how to foster that given a lot of factors. But I think at the same time, the recognition, especially where we are today in the world, I think there's a recognition of also fostering again, the mental health and behavioral health of all of our staff. That the department heads have a responsibility to facilitate as well.
Yeah, they definitely created an environment. People cue on that, what they endorse, what they support, how they work through crisis, all of those.
Well, also how they celebrate their milestones,
Absolutely.
how we provide an opportunity to recognize staff who have been here for a long time, how we elevate staff member and professional development. We don't do some of that. I'm hoping that my expectation is that department heads are creating that both evaluation, assessment, and funneling right into an ecosystem where, you know, frontline staff feel like, oh, I can be in Pinole for 20 years and not just be in my current position. In 20 years, hopefully I'm evolving. Hopefully I'm a part of a new project in Pinole. Hopefully, you know, some may run for office one day, who knows? But like that kind of active plan of development is important.
And at the session that Andrew mentioned that I facilitated with them a few months ago, we did spend some quality time about culture, environment, the notion of promoting employee development. So there was a heavy concentration of those dimensions as well. I think it's not been for the lack of it being a priority. I think other things have been more pressing for a number of reasons. And some of those issues, you have to work on those as well as making some of those other things a priority. So it's not for the lack of desire. I think it's how do they work through those. Let me move on to the role of staff. People that are not in this room, if you will, the people that report to the directors. What's their role? What do you expect of city staff that's not in this room? Frontline people, if you will.
They work directly with the public.
I would offer to you, they have the most power in the organization because they come in direct contact with the public. They can either hijack or highlight the city as a service provider out in at the counter, out in the field, on the phone. That's just part of their role. They're dealing directly with people. And again, remembering that city's role is both an advocate and a regulator. So some of the frontline people have to tell people, no, it's the nature of what you're trying to govern, right? About rules and policies and all of that. And some of your employees see people on their worst day. So it can there's that dimension as well.
To keep the physical doors of City Hall open, as well as the actual functioning task of City Hall moving as agreed upon.
Stuff done, right? Being deliberate.
Yeah. And physical meaning not the dollar doors.
Oh, I'm
like
sorry.
Physical as in the actual doors of City Hall.
I misunderstood. Okay. Yeah, they're keeping the lights on, if you will. They got to make sure things are getting done. And that's no small task. That consumes a tremendous amount of time, effort, and energy because, again, as we recognize, Pinole is not static. It's dynamic. So it's not, let's just keep doing what we've always done, because if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. And the nature of some of that is evolving. But what they do and how they do it is shifting. Sometimes gradually, other times significantly. Other expectations of staff?
To record what they do. I think a lot of times somebody may say, I gotta do this or I gotta do that. And nobody knows how valuable that person is until they go, they're on vacation for 2 weeks and citizens are calling like, why isn't this getting done? Well, that person was doing it without the knowledge of the director or staff, right? Or the upper staff. I think to record and really invest and build that profile of what their role and task is, so that they could evaluate and make it better.
Mm.
Um,
And you are, again, fairly lean staff, so there are certain jobs where there's a sole incumbent and they handle a range of, you're absolutely right, they handle a range. How do they then impart some of that so the organization still functions is an ongoing challenge.
when I mean record, I mean not just the stuff that they do, but the stuff that they can't get to, right? I think that's a lot of what we see also like later on in the, why is this done and it's not done here? I'm not sure how much of that recording happens other than maybe, a daily log or something like that. But I think it's important, especially from this seat, when we do resource allocation and the city manager saying, hey, we can't do this. The next question is always, well, why? Right? Well, it's staff capacity. And then we say, well, what stuff are we doing versus the stuff we're not doing? And that's where it kind of gets to, well, we're doing all of this, right? But I think just that front line, something as simple as a tree getting trimmed or could mean, all that much to somebody who's getting pushed to do a tree program. So it's just an example.
I think it's a good example. And I think that's an opportunity as you as elected officials conferring with the city manager
Right.
on what is staff spending their time and how are you being kept apprised of what those are. So it helps maybe manage your expectation before you say, well, what else can they be doing? It's hard to say that when you're not exactly sure what they are. I don't mean, it's kind of a circular conversation.
Right, I'm sure somebody's very happy on one side of the city and somebody's not on the other side, trying to understand what that means, right?
And then the final one, last but definitely not least, is what's the role of the community members? And it's got to be more than voting.
That's a big one, though. That is a
I
big
agree.
one. That's
Right.
a huge one. And I think we have to remember that voting for so much of our time in this country has been hard for certain communities. And so that's a huge, we have to name that as
Yes.
something that's a
I-
huge contribution to.
They also have to pay their taxes.
Advocate. I think one of the biggest things that I've seen is just recently somebody had a pothole the size, I mean, it was 4 foot raised, almost a foot off the ground. And I asked why, can I ask like why you would not call, why you would not say something? And I did a year ago. And you know what I mean? Like, it's like, well, wait a minute, if that was in my driveway, I'd be kicking the door in over here, right? But I think that they don't feel empowered to advocate. I think that vote kind of has been so, I don't want to say marginalized or just kind of like, pushed down to, okay, this is just what we do, right? And I'm trying to find a way similar to what the mayor was talking about. How do you lift that part up? But it just doesn't stop with your vote, right? You have to advocate. And you have to call, you have to find those conduits, and ultimately it's us, right? It's your elected officials that you did vote for that has to come and bring that to the city manager to come up with, well, what are we doing and how are we going to do it? So
I think that's a good point. People sometimes, for a variety of reasons, are not as actively involved in some of that. Maybe they did and it didn't go anywhere. It's not compelling. They feel it's overwhelming. They think it may not make a difference. All sorts of reasons based on their own perspectives. And they're definitely entitled to those perspectives based on their own experiences. I think the five of you and Andrew, the staff, are always trying to pierce some of that depending on who they're talking to about what is their role. Police departments will say that a lot to residents. They rely on the residents to be their eyes and ears, keep them apprised, whether it's about law enforcement, whether it's about code enforcement, whether it's about traffic. And then that sounds good in theory, but then what's the channel? How do they express that? Through you, through no shortage of devices. And if people aren't responded to, and I don't know this instance obviously at all, but when people don't feel as though they've been heard and responded to in a timely way, the reaction sometimes is they disengage.
Mhm.
They think, what difference does it make? And that may be from wherever they came from. People don't all of a sudden reinvent their perspective about Pinole. We all have long memories. I'm just sharing that. I don't know this instant, but it's very,
Patrick, we're typical across the board. I mean, for several issues, and I know we've all worked very hard to try to get people to engage and to advocate. It's just that it's sometimes people vote and they feel like, okay, that, I
That's enough.
voted and that's enough. But to pick up the phone or send an email, and I'm noticing people are doing it more. I don't know if the rest of the council has seen that, but it's happening.
good.
They need to participate.
Yeah, along that notion is, yeah, that involvement to seek information from a credible source. And that is going to be questionable depending on the level of trust that people have with their government reps and their awareness of how to communicate, their willingness and ability to do so, all of that. But the but is there intentionally. The but is there where we will do what we can if you meet us at a certain point. As with staff, we also have different amounts of availability and capacity to provide information or responses to requests. And so it's really commendable and wonderful when a member of the public communicates directly. Any one of us is available to do that, or to different degrees is available to do that. To take that step and give it a try, not because their experience in the past has been different, but to be willing to do that. We don't know what we don't know. And the eyes and ears of the members of the public, from my perspective, I take direct input, not via someone else, because there's always the filter and the interpretation. So that participation, that direct involvement, the willingness to communicate to whether it's to staff or to members of the council.
This may overlap with the, excuse me, the advocacy piece, but I think the responsibility to hold all of us accountable, whether it's individual city council members or it's city staff or department heads or the city manager. Oftentimes I'll hear complaints from our public and I'll hear it firsthand, but I can't recall how many times I've asked them, I appreciate the feedback. Can you please show up to a council meeting and memorialize it so it's on a record? I think that's such a huge thing. And it's not just holding us accountable at the ballot, right? And I think somebody on the council had mentioned that previously about, it doesn't come back to the council after 2-4 years, right? It should be something that's continuous.
And I think when we talk about this, right, this is sort of a symbol of access. And we've had some people, and I know they're going to have more comments to share, and that's wonderful. This can be intimidating to people that don't understand what government does. Again, we're all kind of nerdy. Remember, I say that with love and affection. We could all go into city halls, no matter where we go, and walk in and feel very comfortable because we understand the environment, we understand the nomenclature, all of that. We're kind of nerdy about that. That's okay. Some people, seems so abstract. In communities of all sizes, large communities deal with it, smaller communities in Pinole deal with some of that, just that notion of what's my role in the community? I don't really understand it. It's not very compelling. I may not know anybody here. And I just sort of take it for granted until something doesn't go. And I think that's an opportunity. Again, I think the pandemic definitely created an opportunity where local governments could revisit their value proposition to their own residents. And it gave them a chance to communicate about things that were compelling and urgent. And I think that starts to create a new expectation, hopefully with certain members of the public. And it definitely does for local governments to say, how do we build on that and make this to where it's not? And I'm not saying that it's imposing I'm being right. I just think that's the perception of some people that this can seem imposing to people. So what do? They don't come. And then that sort of cascades in the direction that we don't want. And then they think it doesn't make a difference.
Patrick, I think that one thing that speaks to me, because the advocate is a big word that I see in so many ways, like how public members or community members do that, but just simply like identifying systems and telling us systems that don't work for them is a critical role. Whether it's like, again, saying, hey, I need more time at the podium, or just saying, hey, there's a pothole and this system of a pothole in my community just does not work for me. That is a advocacy, but there is also like, sometimes that's not rooted in advocacy. Sometimes that's just like, hey, I want to say it out loud and I don't know what to do with it. I don't know where to go, but like saying it is advocacy in a way too.
Yeah, I think it's about people want to feel as though you've heard them, even if you don't necessarily fix their issue. I think it's a matter of saying, do they feel heard in a genuine way? On that note, we're a little bit behind, and we may end up having a brief lunch and then having a working lunch, if that's okay with mayor and council. So we can again have a hard stop at 1:30. Then Mayor, I think you wanted to do public comment now that we finished with that item before we get into item 5.
I was going to save it for item 5 and
okay.
then we'll do public comment at that time for this section.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mayor. So what I'd like you to do now, you should have these materials in front of you. Now we're going to transition away from sort of all the notions about government and council and all this good stuff. We're now going to transition into the strategic plan. You should have a hard copy in front of you. Looks like this.
Love the pictures on these slides, by the way, whoever made them. Love these pictures, y'all. Yeah, that was great.
Andrew and I discussed about this segment of the workshop today. Where we landed on this was to provide council an opportunity to decide what if any changes you'd like to make to this. We're trying not to do project planning in here today, but if there's an item that you think is maybe you want to press on the gas about, many of the items in here are already underway. They've already either been completed or they're underway. As Andrew said in his opening remarks, this was adopted in 2020, preceding some of you in office. This is sort of the midterm, mid-time, mid-check-in, however you want to call it that. And so the intent here wasn't necessarily to go over page by page. It was to do a kind of a cursory review of it, find out if there are two areas possibly in there that you might not be seeing, that some of you talked to me and talked to Andrew about, that might want to be included. The notion of the environmental focus, which was not, and again, different time, different place, the environmental focus, and the other one was welcoming, making the community, helping the community be more welcoming. Again, remember where the community was at that time. Things evolve, things become more prominent. That may be two areas possibly that you'd like to see maybe stronger areas of focus. So what we want to do in the strategic plan was, you've got the mission, the vision and mission. Remember, the vision is a destination you never realize. So it's always out there. It's a magnet pulling you into the future, as evidence here. And the mission is how you get there. So the vision is the poetry. The mission is the plumbing, to use that. There's no certain expiration date on vision and mission. Key here is just to check in and say, does this still fairly represent the appetite of this mayor and council for the vision and the mission? And if it does, it's good. If it's close, and it's like, okay, maybe you want to wordsmith a little bit, but by and large, you're supportive of that. That's cool. We don't want to make the assumption that you all support, since some of you weren't in office when it was generated. At the same time, we didn't allocate time to do a long review of it and do an in-depth examination and say, let's spend some quality time. If that's the appetite, that may be something you want to do at a future session. But today we're trying to cover, this is a little bit of a sampler platter, if you will. We're trying to hit on something else, hit on something else, hit on something else, not really a sit down meal about any of these. I just use that as a really quick example.
And if I may just add, Patrick, and was mentioned in the staff report. So this is really a 6-year strategic plan, inclusive of 2020 through 2025. So if the city council would like to develop a successor strategic plan, the timing would be, and as I mentioned, the council, at least in the recent past, has had strategic planning meetings like this and trainings every other year. And so in 2 years from now, in springtime 2025, would be an opportunity for the city council to create another 5 or 6 year strategic plan. So which I think it's a valuable tool, and so should be an expectation of the cities to work on a next strategic plan. So, we are going to have this one. We're going to be living with this one, possibly as revised by the city council for a couple more years, but before too long, we'll all be working together to create a new strategic plan. I just wanted that to be on everybody's mind.
I just want to know something that you've mentioned, not about the strategic plan, but you did at some point say that the director, our department directors, you'd be getting and facilitating comments from them as well. I
Yeah,
don't know if that was the
my
last-
apologies. I was trying to move through that material about the roles faster, so I was just trying to focus on council.
Oh, gotcha. No
Yeah.
problem. I mean, I love your facilitatation. I just wanted to offer.
Yeah, I was
that
gonna kind
noticed
of
that and would love to hear too. No pressure to staff, but also would love to hear that. I mean, this is a citywide strategic plan. Part of it is the council. Of course, critical part is the city manager, the public. I don't want to miss the mark on.
Yeah, and I should have been clear about that. What I was intending to do as we got into the roles was to kind of open it up to the city manager and the staff as we got into the roles of the department directors and all that. But I was trying to be mindful of time, and I know you all had good comments, and we really try to make this a council-centric conversation.
Gotcha.
I would imagine that when you get actively involved in the strategic plan, even possibly today, to review some of that, there might be questions that you would ask Andrew that he would then rely on the staff to be able to respond to some of those. And as he mentioned a few moments ago, that when you go through this process, more of a full bore into the review and the update of the strategic plan, I'm sure that Andrew and the directors will be actively involved in conversations in those.
Gotcha.
So you get a chance to hear their perspective.
Great.
Hopefully I'm not outside my lane then. So on this, the vision and mission, then there is the Pinole's goals, which is on slide 4. The 4 goal areas. Typically in cities, these goals don't change very much. What changes over time sometimes are the objectives as you accomplish them. So you can see the 4 goals: safe and resilient Pinole, financially stable Pinole, vibrant and beautiful Pinole, and high performance Pinole. Kind of outward facing, inward facing, capacity facing, all those 4 different dimensions. Fairly conventional. Most cities that have goals like they usually have 4, 5, or 6. So you're definitely in the sweet spot there. I always encourage clients 4, 5, or 6 is good. When they get beyond that, it gets kind of unwieldy. Then under each of those, if you would move on the slide up here, there's goal 1, the safe and resilient Pinole. These were the strategies that were adopted. There were 4 strategies. These have either been completed or they're in the midst of being implemented.
So what questions are you asking us, Patrick, as we go through these?
Comments, how do these resonate with you? If there's something not on here that you'd like to discuss, if something's on here you have a question about, this is a little bit, this is the opportunity to sort of revisit it, scrub it a little bit, and say, if there's something on here you're not sure about or where the city is with that, this is time to ask it. And if there's something that's not on this list, do you want to discuss about possibly adding it to it to give Andrew direction to maybe go back and add to it without doing a complete overhaul of the strategic plan, right? So it's a little bit of a strategic plan light, if you will. The challenge, the opportunity you have is because there's been turnover in council, we don't want to make the assumption that the new members in particular understand the dimensions of the strategic plan. At the same time, it wasn't really it wasn't identified that this is a time to sit down, push up your sleeves and do a big overhaul. So
Right.
this is a little bit of a betweener, right? It's not too hard, it's not too long, it's not too short. It's kind of just right. So that's what we're kind of giving you the opportunity. Describe it a little bit. Yes, Councilwoman.
So I'd be interested in knowing the status of 1, 2, and 3. And then for number 4, I don't see that as complete because we're still paying for it is still ongoing. And we need to make sure that we can sustain the agreement that we have.
Is that for, oh, gotcha.
That's for
Goal
number
number 1.
4. Number 4, we need to make sure that our fire continue to be sustained. Because it's a big chunk of our budget.
Right.
And we need to make sure that we retain and we constantly have revenue to pay for it, not just this next fiscal year, but on into the future, ongoing. I'm not sure if that strategy gets changed to, monitor or monitor the fire services.
Yeah, so safe and resilient Pinole. I'm curious to know why pedestrian, pedestrian and street safety is not on this list, right? We have the local road safety plan. We just had a public commenter last council meeting reference an accident that happened in Pinole Valley Road. And it's something that our community is often talking about. And we're doing a lot of projects underway that will help address those issues. But I'd love to see that as an addition to this goal at least.
So just respond to some of the comments. The strategic plan, and as you saw in the packet, and I'm sure you've seen on many occasions, there's a brief intro in the strategic plan document itself about the development process. So we had an outside consulting firm come in and facilitate the process. They did a lot of community engagement. Obviously, it was primarily directed by the city council. There was a little bit of staff involvement as well. And that consulting firm also coordinated some focus groups with some of our commissioners. Only two of our, sitting council members were on the council at the time that this was developed. It actually predates my time. I came on right at the end of the, right when it was being adopted. So I don't know that anybody knows the entire history of why things may or may not be on the list. So I mean, we can try and address those questions of history, but I think irrespective, it's an opportunity, as Patrick mentioned, for you all to update it to meet your current standards. So I'm not sure why that wasn't a component. There are lots of different things to choose, but I think it's great for the city council to consider some issues. And Patrick and I discussed it with the department heads. What are some things that are not reflected in the strategic plan that seem to be community and council priorities? And as Patrick mentioned, a couple of things that jumped out to me in particular are an environmental focus. Obviously, this council is very environmentally focused. The prior council was focused on the environment too, although in a different way. And obviously, diversity, equity, inclusion, and welcoming are a focus of the entire city organization in this council. And I don't think that's very clearly reflected, but there might be other things as well. So there are other aspects of safety. So I don't know that anybody has the definitive history, but I think it'd be great to make key updates to it now. I think a way that might make sense to do this is go through this goal by goal. And I think you are all familiar with the content, so I don't think we need to preview the entire thing right now. I am happy, although we didn't budget a ton of time for this, I'm happy to provide updates on the status of these things if people would like. As you know, we issue a quarterly report that has the status of things very quickly. And I think a little bit of a challenge and something that maybe we can address a little bit differently in our next strategic plan is not all of these strategies are specific, measurable, time-based type goals. So for instance, conduct a citywide asset condition assessment. It turns out that the city has, almost 10 different significant infrastructure asset classes, right? So we're at all sorts of different stages, and those are reflected in the capital plans. We've got a road condition, a wastewater collection system condition, a streams condition, and a buildings condition. So we're midway through completing all of those. We have a draft updated, it says emergency preparedness and response plan. We call that the emergency operations plan. So we presented to city council a draft update of that plan, although our fire department played a key role in that. And so that needs to be revised, and we'll be working with the police department on updating that and bringing that back to the city council. The police department has a recommendation for what to do about a CERT program that will come forward as part of the budget process. So we'll be completing that. I think from my perspective, that strategy number 4 is complete as it was specified, which is the city council looked at a bunch of different options of the fire study and made a decision about what to do about it. I absolutely agree that we need to continue monitoring it. It might not be our forever solution, but I don't know. I mean, we are in the difficult position of trying to decide what the cutoff point is for some of these not very specific strategies. And so some time ago, we decided that we viewed this as complete. I think we've reported it as such. But obviously, that's some subjectivity to that. So yeah, if I guess Patrick or council and council members society, you mentioned possibly wanting to add a strategy here. And we can, of course, modify those, and we want to take public comment. They might inform some council ideas too. Do you have a specific recommendation, council members society, for what you would like to add as a fifth strategy here?
Not a specific recommendation at the moment, but I'm curious to hear from the public in terms of how they can inform a strategy.
We're going to be having a larger discussion about these goals, and I know that there were tasks underneath those goals from the strategic plan. I'm just wondering.
No, we're not having a longer, this is
Okay,
after lunch, we're getting into another segment. So
gotcha. Okay.
this is
So
sort
this
of
is
a,
kind of the overview.
Right.
And then we'll kind of dive, because I mean that we do have some history on the streets and stuff. I'm just, that's probably a longer conversation about it. I do want to say that I agree that, just looking through some of these goals, that when we say completed, I think what we mean is that substantial completion and ongoing care, right? Like, I mean, some of these are definitive, and to the city manager's point, like, we don't want to give the impression that it's done and it's off the table. But what should happen, and I mean, as soon as those large efforts are done, is that it kind of gets into this long-term cruise control type maintenance until something else happens, right? Like, I mean, okay, but no, I just wanted to kind of get the scope of it, because there are some items that I'm looking at that I'd love to have a longer conversation about, but I think we probably couldn't. We'll be here till 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
so you want to move on to the next goal and review that? And
Yeah.
this was financially stable. The first two are completed. The third one is about grants. I'm not sure where that one is, if you're currently underway.
Yeah, so as we've discussed a couple times recently, the city will soon, within the next few weeks, be issuing an RFP to hire a consultant to do grant research and prospecting and support grant writing. City staff does a lot of that already internally, but I want to make sure that we don't have any blind spots, and I know that the council and community do as well. So that's in progress.
There's also two on the next slide, that one that was completed, number 4. Number 5. About the approach to funding infrastructure. I assume that's in the CIP. But you're going to get an update on the CIP here right up to one.
Yeah, we're going through this now, right? So like when we say explore array of revenue generate, I mean, I think we talked about that before. When we say completed, I mean, what was that 2 years ago? 3 years ago, we took a look at it, but I think we're still like one of those ongoing things.
Yeah, I think this, my understanding of the origin of this in part was a revenue measure that the city council explored in quite a bit of detail last year, which was the RPTT, but also the preceding idea about parcels tax. This is an ongoing item. So I mean, I guess the other way to view these is, hey, at the end of the 5 or 6 year strategic plan, what did we do? What are we going to do for the next version? And I think there's a little bit of an interplay between this strategic plan. Some of these strategies are not very discrete. They're kind of broad ideas, and something we'll be talking about after lunch, which are what we call kind of other council requested special projects, right? So a public bank, potential vacant parcel tax, a potential cannabis tax. Those are all revenue generation opportunities that are on city staff's work plan that are kind of complementary to they don't flow directly from the strategic plan. There are other things the city is working on.
Let's keep going.
Keep going. Next one. Thanks, man. about the goal 3, vibrant and beautiful Pinole. Number 3 has been completed. 1 and 2 in the throes.
I think that number 3, we've been working on this in a number of fronts, including the private nonprofit housing organization that's working on Vista Woods, but also the Saha project. But this is not a very discrete deliverable. This number 3 partner with regional and nonprofit organizations. That's something we are continuously doing throughout the lifespan of the strategic plan.
There were 2 on the next slide. One completed economic development strategy. And number 5 may get to that item that was mentioned about bikes and pedestrians.
You mean on slide 9?
Number 5.
Yeah, I think that one goes back to the city manager's comments about some of these not being like specific, measurable, questionably obtainable considering the level of measure, right? But it speaks to what I think Councilmember Sasai said about some of these, and it's come up in a couple of our past council meetings about some of the studies we've had and how they integrate and how they specifically center around pedestrian safety. So when I see improve and enhance transportation circulation, I'm wondering,
What's that mean?
what do we as a council mean by that? And again, I think about this and like a majority of this council was not here when this was approved. At the time, 3 out of 5 of us weren't here, but also February of 2020, like remember where we all were during that time versus today. So I just think about like, what do we mean when we think about like a pedestrian centered community, for example, or a pedestrian safe community, even if it's not centered. Yeah, that makes me question that one. How can we specify that more importantly? Because I think part of my struggle with the process currently is if I have a recommendation, am I adding another strategy to one of our goals? And is that the proper process you all want us to kind of move forward with? Because we have an opportunity every quarter to kind of review this. So for me, adding something seems to be a challenge for me, mostly because I've heard from staff perspective that would add capacity. Specifying something could also be seen as adding something. So I'm wondering, like something like that, number 5, I would want staff to work on that, but I don't feel like that's specific enough for staff to work on, for example. I would like to specify that.
Yeah, it's a little bit more philosophical or a
Yeah.
point of emphasis. I'm not sure what's attached to that as an objective about how do you operationalize that.
Right,
Which
that's
is
the
one of
question.
And that's one of the observations about, as Andrew said, that the current strategic plan just, for whatever reason, may not have that much teeth where it's giving direction, some are points. And it's easy to look in hindsight why that happened. There might have been some that were just, hey, make it a priority and then let's see what we do with it. That's not uncommon. I've seen that with clients. Let's make it a point and then we'll figure out what that means later on. And maybe then the COVID hit. And so it may have been disruptive about what they were trying to do.
Can I share a little bit? It's just with these points, these were all the things that, as you're elected coming in, you hear, right? And I'm sure that if you looked at every single one of these, and I think the city manager mentioned it before, that they're like buckets of efforts that have happened. So I would throw that 2019 report that we did, like, well, where are we? Or the assessments that we have in front of us for capital plan or the parks master plan. Those are all reports that came out of this strategic plan that we would say, okay, this is going to inform this next cycle. And I think the hard part is that as we did those reports, they generated a lot more of the things that we weren't doing or weren't looking at or not necessarily addressing, right? So I think that next round is really going to say, okay, well, how much work have we done in number 5? How much work have we done in all these different areas? And I think the whole point of this strategic plan when we started it was to start that process is to, okay, well, now that we have this myriad of stuff, where do we want to focus our resources? And I should say limited resources in areas. And if the community is passionate or wants to drive a specific thing, well, then it becomes a revenue conversation, right? And then really pinning that down. But yeah, Councilmember Martinez, maybe we can add a little bit of your perspective to that time when we were going through this, but I think the initial thing was to start the conversation and say, okay, this is what our priorities are. And those shift and change. This is a living document, but it was to say, okay, these are the things that we're holding and set some framework up for staff to work.
Did you want to add to that? Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
This was the beginning of a process that hadn't occurred for probably a decade. And so it was a big, let's cast a net with some, with a good, not some, a good amount of input from the council at the time, public and staff. And that, so the items that were there, were of the thinking of the group that was present. If something was not there, it's because, in particular, the pedestrian safety issue, it wasn't a salient issue at the time among that group of people. The fact that there is some occurrence that drives or makes something want to surface or bubble up is a different circumstance that we now are living. So the kinds of interests that you have might not be articulated in the plan for that reason. The other is that when it was time to take the document that was developed as a plan and make sense of it to actually something that could be implemented, enter a new city manager and enter a pandemic. And so what I see when the statements read completed, we have plans, we have documents, we have processes, we have systems. That's a lot of what happened between the time this was created and now. That's a lot of work that was accomplished. What we are faced with, I'll just go as far back as fall of 2022, with new conversations about issues that you become aware of and want to have acted upon by staff are things that are, yes, are immediate, relatively history about. And so they're not necessarily here. There was something else, but it escapes me now. So it is a document that leads us to rethink, that could lead us to rethink what would be of significance and importance to also want to have some things accomplished. I mean, there's only so much verbiage one can think of in any moment that we're sitting together to make a document stand the test of time for another 10 years. You know, it's so we have something to work with. That's pretty much what I want to say.
So I think what I would suggest for goal number 3, strategy 5 is, and I feel like I hope I'm not, because these are directives we've already given to the staff, and this can actually define that more. It's maybe like, keep that line, for example, and with a comma that says like guided by the review, prioritization, and implementation of, I think it was the 2020 O-Town pedestrian study. Am I right on that one? There was a pedestrian study that we gave staff direction around to review and research.
19.
Am
I think it was
19 might have, yeah.
Sure.
2019, and then the report came in, and that kind of laid in this line to just really look at, well, how's the whole picture, and keeping that as a priority. But
Right.
at least that's the way I remember it.
Well, that's already here, so we have that commission. I'm trying to specify this a little bit more so that it's not more than what we've already given staff to do, but it's within line of what I hear the intent behind this item was. So I would say that would be one part of it, but I would also say guided by that and the development of an active transportation plan, because we're already doing that. We're moving forward with that. It's funded. That's going to tell us something that we perhaps want to create partnerships, improve, enhance transportation circulation. So I think those two things are something that we weren't doing in 2020, for example. This is a living document, and thank you, council members Martinez-Rubin and Tay for saying that. I think those two pieces could specify this a little bit more so that we can say completed, and it actually would mean something to perhaps.
Well, it breathes life into that, right?
Right.
If not, it just is a statement. So you're essentially attaching some descriptions to operationalize that from intent into action.
There you
And
go.
so there is something, it breathes life into it. And again, for a variety of reasons, not unique to Pinole. City councils sometimes put things in place as placeholders, but they were then going to go back to and put some more substance around it. And then for a number of reasons, maybe that didn't happen.
Sure.
Or they really weren't sure. That happens sometimes too. Like we want to make that a point because it's important. We're just not sure what that means about what we'll do with it. That's not uncommon. So who knows what the rationale was, probably a variety of those factors. We're going into that. Now that you're at a different stage, different place, now you say, now we see it. This is important. This is how we breathe life into it. This is how we operationalize it. And you've already got some devices in place to help you move in that direction.
I like the addition, with downtown pedestrian safety plan and the ATP. Because, you don't want to geographically limit it, but I'm wondering if the partner regionally, we don't always have to partner regionally to accomplish local goals. So did that just be partner locally or locally and regionally, or partner with others? I like the change. I'm just not sure about how to, how to wordsmith it so that it covers.
Sometimes it's like when available, partner regionally, you can add some sort of qualifier to that, right? It gives you coverage that you're doing it independently and that you also see that as a resource or a partnership, an opportunity. Thank you.
If there's no others, let's keep
Keep moving.
moving. Yeah.
And then after we finish these, we're gonna have public comment, take a quick break to grab lunch, then bring it back. Then we're gonna get into the last item.
You got to give me 20 minutes for lunch at least.
Okay.
Without a public face. Thank you.
So the next item, this will conduct a review of the city's code enforcement, property maintenance. This is one of those areas that's ongoing. I would imagine you're not really out of the business of code enforcement.
I think this one has come up a couple times in a way that has been productive. So I think this is something ongoing, but I think we're starting to get an understanding of what needs to be enforced or what needs to be both enforced, but also where we need to review and update our code enforcement. It would be nice to get this in a comprehensive way. Instead of like what we've gotten is like updates here and now, maybe because of a new law of the state of California, or perhaps like a staff member who has a role of understanding code enforcement, but seeing our entire code enforcement program in an update has not been something that I've seen as a council member. So I think this is important and I love that this is here. I'm wondering like, what would be that like completed? What does this look like completed? Because we've seen like this being dug into, but I don't know what would be the completed portion of this.
Yeah. And one thing I would suggest that you consider as you talk about these items is Andrew and the staff are taking notes. So we're trying to get the sense of what you're looking for from that and giving them a chance to go back and polish it up and then bring that back to you with a particular language or specific objectives. Right? If that's cool with everybody.
So one of the things that I think we've asked for in the past was when we see code enforcement updates, give us the data that prove that this is a problem, or give us the data that informs us on what type of education initiatives we need to take to make sure it's no longer a problem. I don't know how to incorporate that, but that's something that I've noticed before.
So I will mention we're, as Patrick mentioned, we're going through this somewhat quickly, but if the city council can agree today on some changes, like it sounds like there might be some consensus around the language related to the transportation item. The city council at the conclusion of this portion of our workshop could make a motion and vote that that change be incorporated and will be reflected in an updated version. On this issue of code enforcement, I agree with your observation, Mayor. And I think when we get into the kind of council directed special additional projects discussion later today, there are two areas that are, one of which is called out in the slide presentation, but this conversation around code enforcement brings to mind is there are two areas of city operation that I think could use a more thorough review and kind of top to bottom assessment of our current practices and where we might like them to go that we've to this point kind of hit in a piecemeal fashion a little bit. And one of those is public works maintenance. There are just so many issues around that, I really think we need to do a focused review of that entire function as a special project. And that would include things like shared services models and other things. And I think the same is true for code enforcement. So I think we will have an opportunity to kind of define a specific project to respond to this as part of a council requested special project later in the day.
So with this line here, community amenities, I'd like to suggest that inserting natural and cultural amenities is something that in retrospect was not overtly, explicitly stated in anywhere in the strategic plan. And by not including something, and this is a place where I see it could fit, although it's not necessarily all about code enforcement, matters such as the historic murals that we have, the preservation of the architecture in Old Town, different parts of town that reflect the character, some of the character of Pinole. So I'm going to suggest that inserting natural and cultural between community amenities would illuminate what those amenities are referring to.
When you say natural, would you also mean like ecological?
Yes, the Pinole Creek, for example, the hills that we have, the open space that we have. Now, there are, and very specifically, there's that always ongoing litter issue, right? That's to some degree related to code enforcement, although not always our responsibility to do something about it, given the different jurisdictions. But that's, yes, yeah, open space, natural, and also the cultural amenities that we have.
All right, moving on to the next one. The final goal, high performance Pinole strategies, the employee attraction, retention, and development plan that's completed, it's underway. Number 2, the review to optimize efficiencies for, and you can read it on, I won't read it out loud. It's been completed. There were several strategies on this goal 4. There was 5 of them, 7 of them. So moving. Best practices, which is still ongoing. Strategic communication plan adopted, and I presume is underway and implemented, the strategic communication plan. Okay. Moving on. Public engagement plan. Is completed, and my sense is probably ongoing. You're underway, and then the the information technology strategic plan been completed. That's something you may see done periodically. What a lot of cities are doing with their IT plans is the equivalent of like their CIP. So they'll do it for 3 years and they'll update it. It's not necessarily a rolling 3 years, but they'll do it and revisit it, update it, like a CIP. And then the number 7, I don't know what the status is on that one. Interagency legislative advocacy program.
We've discussed that at the council. The staff is going to bring forward a proposal or some options for the city council to help establish that platform. Okay.
So that's the conclusion of those items at this point. So I would pause.
Yeah,
Public
let's
comment?
pause. Let's take public comment. And then also I do want to recognize the staff or request a recommendation around any motions, formal motions we want to make around updates to the strategic plan. So we'll take public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any comments?
Thank you. I know Maria Alegria wanted to speak. We got a card from Rafael Menez and Irma Rupert.
And Madam City Clerk, I wanted to since you know, for this portion, we're doing 4-minute public comment. So everyone does have 4 minutes to make a comment on this portion, and then we'll continue. Thank you.
Good morning, still morning, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council. I'm providing you some comments in writing. I'm pleased that I'm hoping that you don't wait 2 years to revisit this strategic plan, especially since you have a majority of council members that weren't really part of this. And I hope you can at least take my comments into your consideration under your first goal. Looking at your city assets, there are lots of opportunities for repurposing those parcels. I'm extremely concerned about the emergency preparedness and fire service study. Pinole Valley continues to be a high priority in terms of fire prevention, defensible space. We're entering fire season awareness. Every year I would get a notice as a property owner about, clearing my vegetation. I didn't get one this year. We have fire, so we really need to be proactive about that because we got lots of grass growing and that goes dovetail into code enforcement. So please make that a top priority. Goal 2, financial stability. Please review the spending priorities for all of our tax measures. We voted for essential services to be provided by those tax measures. I've been noticing that Measure S looks like it's the last Measure S has been used as a slush fund by staff to fund pet projects. We need to stop that. Thank you for addressing the lost grant opportunities. I'm glad someone is coming on board to explore that. Look at shared agreements. We have one with the county around our fire services. At one point, the city of Pinole was looking at working with the city of Hercules around public works, road maintenance, their courtyard. That could be an opportunity. Goal 3, vibrant and beautiful. Let's at one point 20 years ago, Councilmember Tons may remember this. The county took on a project that all cities participated on doing an assessment of underutilized properties. It was part of our Shaping Our Future project. It's there. I don't know if it needs to be revisited. Thank you for mentioning the traffic safety corridor projects priorities. As I mentioned to you, we need to really make not only traffic circulation important, but our safety, especially around our schools, our senior centers, where we're growing. And, code enforcement, it should be a first priority. Those are our property. There's an increased value when we take care of our properties. And then goal 4, high performance. We need better constituent services. We are no longer in COVID lockdown. We need an innovative approach to customer service, responsiveness to community members. How do you take that information that you get here via email? How do you prioritize those community concerns on your agenda? Who's responsible to reaching back to the community on our concerns? And then finally, thank you about the website. I still think we're in the 21st century. There's a lot of way to be innovative, to be responsive through the internet, online. And then finally, we as a community elect you to carry out the vision on which you got elected. How do you as council members ensure that your policy priorities are being implemented by the city manager? And that's my comments. Oh,
Thank
I
you.
did it. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Alegria. Just one question before you go off the podium. Did you provide this to our city clerk, the handout that you provided to us?
Yeah,
Okay, great. Just
Okay,
want to make
everyone
sure
has
because I think we
copies.
wanted this on the record. Thank you.
thanks.
All right, next public comment.
Rafael Menes.
Good morning again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. I've got some comments leading back to the form of operation as well as the strategic plan. So I'll try and move through all of those as quickly as I can. First off, with regards to form of operation, I think it's important for community members when they're considering coming to the council chambers and commenting. A lot of time people are afraid of commenting because they're worried they'll be judged or they feel like it's not their place to come out and comment. But I think it's important for the public to remember that ultimately you're the ones in charge. You're the people who the council and staff are ultimately accounted for. You're the electorate. All power in our system of government ultimately flows from and belongs to you. That's in the Constitution, that's in the Declaration of Independence. That's what lies at the core of our system of government and what gives it legitimacy. So don't think that you don't belong up here making comments because you're not important. You are important. You are fundamental to the success and legitimacy of this city. So don't let anybody tell you that you don't belong here or that you don't deserve to speak here, because you do and you should. Now, on to the strategic plan. My first point is with regards to goal number 2, financially stable Pinole. I'm a bit worried, and I've brought this up during the past budget meetings, and I'll undoubtedly bring it up again in future budget meetings about our budget being structurally imbalanced because of our revenues, quite frankly, not matching up with our ongoing expenditures. And then that problem is likely to worsen next year because CalPERS is almost certainly going to have increased ongoing expenditures that they're going to attribute to the city of Pinole to pay because they messed up with how they were handling their investments. And we're the ones who get to pay for it, as always. So I think that that's going to need to be accounted for under goal number 2, because right now I don't think that we're actually in a financially stable situation. I think that our situation is starting to destabilize in the short term, that it's going to be getting worse in the short term, and that we need to address it before it gets out of hand. With regards to point number 4, under strategies, explore an array of revenue generation opportunities to recover costs. I definitely do not think that that one's completed, as I've stated in the past numerous times, and as we'll continue to state in the future. I think there are revenue generation opportunities that the city hasn't been considering fully, including most particularly expanding the user's utility tax to cover water and wastewater, as the city attempted to do in 2010. That ballot measure failed, but I believe it's worth reconsidering as the most equitable sort of tax measure, because as a proportional tax, it hits everybody in the city equally and based on their usage. Whereas with a parcel tax, people with smaller parcels, small residential parcels, can be paying just as much as somebody on one of the giant commercial parcels. That's what I ran on over and over again in 2018, in 2020, in 2022. And I think it's important that we consider all potential sources of revenue increase for the city, not just the ones that immediately come to mind or are obvious, but also look at what's equitable in terms of seeking out revenue, not just ones that are maybe impacting some portions of the community in a regressive way, because some people, frankly, are less able to meet an increased tax burden than others. Let's see. I think that for goal number 3.5, it might be worth changing partner regionally to just reach out to the community more broadly, including reach out to regional and local partners, maybe, rather than just have a regional focus. I agree that that's worth noting. I think also more broadly for the strategic plan, it might be worth noting in progress as well as completed, because sometimes there are things that are most of the way done, but they aren't, fully completed. So there's a bit of overlap. And that's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment.
Thank you. And I'll make it fast because I know everybody's hungry. First of all, on the refresher of the form of operation, mayor and council, I would appreciate if we could do the role of elected officials, manager, department heads, city staff, and community members, revisit this comments, the role, so that we all know where our quote unquote places. Sometimes I call or something, I don't know whose position it is, whose job it is. And sometimes it's important to know, especially also the city manager and city attorney, because sometimes we get those conflicting issues of whose role it is, and maybe communication during the agenda or city council, maybe it would be a nice little report. So we won't take up so much time. On the strategic plan updates, Mayor, I don't want to be too critical. I just want to thank everybody taking up this opportunity. However, this was developed in 2020. I have a problem with it. There are only 2 of you left in the council that were here at that time. 3 of our other council members are gone. This should have been revisited before bringing the consultant in here, because we could have updated it, revisited, and formed some opinions. So the public might have been better informed, like myself here. And not to take away from the consultant, it's not anybody's, I'm not pointing finger. However, in the future, some reports like this, and don't take so long. We don't have 5 years to do all this. I think a matter of timing, a matter of persistent doing what we have to do now to better our situation. Yes, a long term, yes, but short term, definitely, because we just can't wait another 2, 5 years, whatever. All of you are new. Let's be a little more proactive with these programs. And one thing I want to add on the strategics, number 6 or number 7, I forget what the number is, the last one. Please include PCTV. It's been underrated. Here we are on TV, and we've never even discussed that. Please pass the agenda as a strategy to bring it on board on this strategy. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
And we do have one online speaker.
Thank you.
So go ahead, sir. You have 4 minutes to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to comment on some of the different strategy goals that were listed by your committee or your in your presentation regarding the goal 1, the safety and resilience of Pinole. I think the police department can do a better job in reviewing and explaining in detail with like quarterly presentations to the public at various meetings. And I know you have them come in, but it's short of what I think the public deserves. Case in point, if you happen to check and tune in to what other cities are doing, be it Santa Rosa, Vallejo, and Sonoma County, and out in our backyard in the city of San Ramon, when their police department makes a presentation, be it the captain, the lieutenant, or what have you, they do a real bang up job with graphs and charts that are visible. And granted, going back to Pinole TV, a lot of the presentations with regard to everything and anything aren't being visually promoted well on Pinole TV. And it's not the fault of them. It's because they don't have the proper equipment. And I was told this by various people beside David Schnell, you know, like a $20,000 or $30,000 type of equipment that could highlight better visibility. I mean, we pay all these high staff people in the office to put these time consuming presentations together, and the public can't even view them unless they go online or go downtown and try to pick up a copy of them. They just come out blurry. The visuals are bad, and using that charting and so on in mind, we'd like quarterly and annually comparisons pre-COVID, during COVID, and post-COVID with regard to traffic citations, speeding, crime, theft, retail theft in the community, so we can get a feel to what's happening, and you people do your job to hold the police and the staff accountable to make things safer and a better and more resilient Pinole, because as it stands now, half of the community are afraid to go out once it gets dark in and around the city of Pinole. Case in point, Fitzgerald Drive. And that's why I think you should be proactive and put another temporary substation up on Fitzgerald Drive for the holiday season starting in September for 6 months on a trial basis, if not 3 months through January to take care of some of the crime that's increasing. A lot of it's retail, car break-ins, speeding, and then the police come back and they give people slap on the wrist and let them walk away. Case in point, look at the police blotter up and down Fitzgerald Drive. 3 or 4 of those crimes being committed up there are all retail, and they get slapped on the wrist and they walk away, but they come back the next night or that night, if not tomorrow, and do damage on our community with regard to quality of life and people being safe to go. And then you wonder where our tax dollars go. They go to other cities that people want to shop at because they feel safer going up to Napa or somewhere else or
Thank you.
Walnut
That's
Creek
time.
and remote.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. Do we have any other public comments?
That concludes public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll bring it back to our facilitator, but also the council if there are other edits, recommended motions for changes to the strategic plan. Now would be the time to make those motions. Or other questions and comments.
I'll move that on goal number 3, strategy number 5, that we direct staff to reword that to include local as well as regional partners, and that at the end it would be guided by the safety plan and the accessible transportation plan.
I'll second.
Great. City Manager Maria there.
Yeah, I mean, if I may, I think it might be just most expedient to just knock out that language right now. I understand the language regarding the ATP and the pedestrian plan, but if somebody wants to recommend some specific language for the locally and regional part, this is our opportunity. We're all together now. That will be, I think, more expedient than having staff come back at a later time. Is there a
I
recommendation?
heard that we would give you direction and you would wordsmith it.
I think if there are significant changes to multiple portions, then time doesn't allow right now, but it sounds like we're really just talking about modifying 2. So we have
I'll modify that to after the word partner to include locally / and then at the very end of the sentence, comma, guided by the downtown pedestrian safety plan and the ATP, if that's the accessible transportation plan.
Can I make a comment? I think that these plans are dynamic. There may be another plan. If we just kind of limit the language to something of the nature like pertinent plans or,
Adopted plans
or staff directed, something that would kind of keep it general, because I think this discussion is, like you said, we don't want to limit it to or lock it into those specific plans.
So are you thinking maybe at the end, comma, guided by adopted plans?
I would look to staff. I mean, I think we kind of get that. Adopted plans, staff directed, I'm not sure how to word it, but
I think we
just
could
seems
also, excuse me, guided by the downtown pedestrian safety plan, the active to the ATP and other council adopted plans, then it's whatever else.
That's my motion.
perfect.
And is there
I'll
a
second.
second? Thank you. Any questions on the motion? Comments? Okay, City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll, please?
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Tave,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes,
Motion
thank you.
carries.
All right, other adjustments or updates?
Yes,
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
thank you. I'd like to move that for goal 3, strategy 6. There be inclusion of the words natural and cultural between community and amenities.
I'll second that.
So the line's going to read, conduct a review and update of the city's code enforcement and property maintenance programs with a focus on increased beautification efforts and investment in community natural and cultural amenities, business districts and nuisance abatement.
Would you be okay with changing natural to ecological?
Yes, that'd be fine.
I'm fine with that.
Any other questions or comments on the motion? All right, City Clerk Bell, would you call the roll again?
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Cave.
Yes.
Desai. Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, other motions or updates to the strategic plan? Yes.
I have more.
Councilmember
Thank you.
Martinez.
Goal 4. Under goal 4, high performance Pinole. To add a strategy that would read either explore, I think explore rather than integrate, because I believe staff is about to undergo some sort of engagement with a consulting firm related to PCTV. So I'm going to propose this language. It would be an added strategy to explore use of the government access channel / PCTV to implement the strategic communication plan.
That's an additional strategy?
That would be an added strategy. Explore use of government access channel / PCTV to implement the strategic communication plan.
All right, is there a second? All right, I'll second. Any questions or comments?
I just have a question. Does the information technology strategic plan already include implementation? Was that left off the plan?
I think it was City Manager Murray. Can you explore or explain?
So some of the strategic plan items are what we call once and done, right? We do an assessment, we check the box. Others are we complete a plan and then there's a bunch of implementation. So yeah, the city staff, of course, is right now implementing the communication engagement plan. I can't recall whether there were specific prescriptions for work with PCTV. I mean, I would say that I think that is being, we're already exploring the use of PCTV as a component of strategic communication. We will be completing a PCTV master plan. I don't think there's any, from staff's perspective, I think it's perfectly fine to add that new strategy to kind of highlight it for the public if the council would like. I mean, I think we are working on it, but no harm in anything.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on the motion? All right, not seeing any, we'll go to City Clerk Bell for the roll.
Council members Martinez Rubin.
Yes.
Cave.
Yes.
Desai. Mayor
Yes.
Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, last call for updates to the strategic plan. Right, not seeing any final comments or questions? Great, so Patrick, will go back to you if you have any final comments before we go to lunch.
No, and you had said, no, I don't have any more comments, Mayor.
Okay.
Did you say you want to take 20 minutes for lunch and then come
I
back?
would like at least 20 minutes. That would be great. I think it would also just be nice to have some time for
Right.
simmering. Is that okay?
Yep, absolutely. So
Okay.
we'll reconvene at 12:35 or 12. What time does everybody have? 12:35?
That'll be 12:35.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll take a recess until 12:35 and thank you.
Just a
All right.
reminder, in the community room.
Thank you. Thank you, City Clerk Bell. Right, we are back. All right, welcome back, everybody, from recess and from our lunch recess. This is the Pinole Special City Council meeting for April 29th. It is now, not sure what time it is. It's now 12:42, and we're back on item 5A, which is our special city council meeting on strategic planning. And we, on the advanced meeting agenda provided by the facilitator, we are on item number 6, which is the establishment of the fiscal year 2023-2024 council directed special project work plan. Good afternoon, Patrick.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I'm going to defer to Andrew and he will refer to the item, and you have in front of you another PowerPoint presentation, says council directed special project work plan. He's going to handle the majority of this conversation with you in his review. And the outcome of this is to try to ratify the list that you'll be reviewing to move it forward. So there's acceptance by mayor and council that those are the items of high priority. Okay.
All right, sounds great. Thank you.
Great, thank you all. And as we mentioned at the beginning of our special meeting today, this special meeting has 3 main portions. And the first portion was some review of best practices and roles. The second portion was a review of the existing strategic plan and midterm updates. And then our third and final portion of our special meeting today is a review of staff's work plan, particularly related to some of the special additional items the council would like to have us work on. So I'm going to go through really quickly and provide an overview of some of our baseline work that staff is doing, a really quick recap of the CIP. We just discussed the strategic plan, and then we'll review that list of additional council directed special projects. We'd like to get council's essentially ratification of those to incorporate those in the budget, and then agree that we are going to leave that as the stable and confirmed list until we revisit it as part of the mid-year budget process for the next fiscal year. So with that, I'll go on. And as mentioned at the beginning of our session, we have a hard stop at 1:30, so we'll do this expeditiously. So as discussed, we're going to hit these 3 different items: staff's baseline work, CIP and strategic plan projects, and then some additional projects. So we've discussed this same idea in a number of different contexts. And as Patrick mentioned, and it has been alluded to as the plumbing and poetry, both of the council's work, but also of the city's work and staff's work. Most of staff's time is consumed by conducting what we refer to as the baseline work. And that's the routine work, just the day-to-day public-facing customer services. Staff is working on a number of their own initiated special projects to improve processes and customer service. And then, as you know, the city council adopts a capital improvement plan that includes a number of other projects, a strategic plan, which specifies some discrete special projects. And then in addition to those things, council occasionally asks staff to work on some other projects. And the goal of this session is to review that list of those other projects and agree on which ones are going to be included in the fiscal year 23-24 work plan. So I think you're all familiar and has been discussed. You know what the city does. Cities have responsibility to provide some core public services, public safety, land use regulation, the maintenance of our assets, code enforcement. City of Pinole also has some additional responsibilities that not all cities have: parks and recreation and wastewater treatment. So we're a full service city, which is great, provides a lot of opportunities, but it's also a broad scope of services to coordinate. In addition to our routine day in, day out core public facing services, the staff has initiated a number of special projects to improve city operations and provide better services. And you're all familiar with these. Have been communicated in the budget in our year in review and look ahead documents. Just wanted to provide a couple examples of things that staff is working on to improve city services. They include new systems for online payment for city services, and also online payments to the city's vendors. So right now, most of our city payments to vendors that support the city are done through a traditional paper check, and we're going to be updating that to an electronic payment system. That's just a modern best practice. We have been working on updating a number of different policies and procedures, many of which we've discussed at past council meetings and in other forums. So we, City Council adopted a updated procurement policy recently. There need to be procedures to implement that. So city staff is developing those procedures. We have not had a volunteer policy, but we're very interested in expanding volunteer engagement in city activities. So the HR department has worked with other departments to craft a volunteer policy. And we'd like to propose to the city council that the city be able to use drones for a couple different purposes. One for PCTV, but also potentially for policing. So we have crafted draft drone policies that we'll be bringing forward for the city council's consideration. City sites are supposed to have emergency action plans. That's different from the citywide organizational EOP. This is for a safe city site. And so we're creating one for City Hall, which we haven't had in the past. We will be communicating about an exciting project that we recently restarted at the wastewater treatment plant. We do have a cogeneration system there that takes waste methane and uses it to generate heat to support our digestion system there. So that was a staff initiated project to restart a program that had been out of operation for a number of years. The police department initiated a project last year called Project Hope, where they provide assistance to unhoused members of the community. Staff has initiated an internal diversity, equity, inclusion, and welcoming initiative. We've done a lot of work collaborating with various parties to update some evacuation routes that have been of interest to the community for a while. So you're familiar with all of these. It's a professional responsibility of the city staff to do the routine work, but also improve our existing systems. And so just wanted to provide you a reminder of that. And so between the routine work and these staff initiated projects, that's the baseline set of work that staff is doing. And then, as you know, in addition to that, the city council directs staff and approves a capital improvement plan. Every year, it's a rolling five-year plan. And we've expanded that pretty significantly over the past few years to include a number of assessments of our capital assets. That's really in response to a strategic plan strategy. There's the question of what's the most effective way to invest our limited resources in improving our city infrastructure. We get a lot of inquiries and expressions of concern from the public about various aspects of the infrastructure. We have limited resources. In order to be able to invest them in places where we get a good return on investment, we need to know what the condition of our different assets are. And we didn't have any complete information on that. So over the course of the last few years, we've been conducting assessments that'll feed into long-term planning for our capital assets. And as was discussed earlier about the strategic plan strategies, it's also true of our CIP projects, and I referenced this earlier. Some CIP projects are what we call once and done. So there might be a CIP project to fix a roof on a particular building or fix a component of the wastewater treatment plant. When we complete that project, we check the box, it's done. But a number of our CIP projects, like our strategic plan strategies, result in multiple succeeding follow-up projects. So they kind of spawn exponentially new projects. And examples of those assessments that spawn more projects are things like the local road safety plan, our storm drainage master plan, sewer system master plan, etc. So I think it's just important for staff to have in mind, the community to have in mind, and the council, is that even though we complete a CIP project or a strategic plan strategy, there's often significant follow-up work that's required. And so that consumes some of staff's bandwidth. And we just went through the strategic plan, so everyone's familiar with that. I just wanted to, again, highlight some of the strategic plan strategies that are result in ongoing commitments of city staff and resources. So Again, some strategic plan strategies are once and done, but others result in these ongoing commitments. And those are things like the economic development strategy, which has multi-year plans for new actions for the city to take. Same is true with their employee attraction, retention, and development plan, strategic communication and public engagement plan, and the IT plan. So although we might get to check the box because we've completed those plans, there's still often a lot of follow-up that needs to happen. And then what I wanted to focus the remainder of this session on is some additional projects of interest to the community and council that staff have been tasked with. So on top of our baseline work, CIP and strategic plan work, the city council has identified some and provided direction to staff to complete some other items. And this is a list of some of those items. Over the course of the last year, we've coordinated a number of additional community events, which have been really great and I think much appreciated by the community. We're developing a number of new plans, such as the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, which really isn't a follow-up to the strategic plan or the CIP. It's really something that's new and different. We are doing some research and development on some new regulations and areas of interest to the city council. And a number of other special research projects. So looking into what would be required and the costs and benefits of establishing a public bank, establishing a specific sister city agreement, but as well as a framework, developing a framework for public art that would also include our city murals, implementing a job fair, a weatherization program, and expanding our food security and recovery activities. And there are a couple council directed special projects that we haven't, those are all projects that we've started on. There are a few that we haven't yet started on or kind of in the queue for us. That includes identifying some options for wayfinding signage in Old Town, doing a feasibility study related to electric vehicles, looking into what would be required to establish a fire prevention special district. And then, as I mentioned earlier in the day, there had been discussion, including most recently, I think at our last council meeting, of kind of an assessment of our public works maintenance function on a bunch of different dimensions, how service requests are being prioritized, what portion of staff time and budget is going to different maintenance needs, whether there are new service models and the like. So these council directed special projects come up through a bunch of different mechanisms. Sometimes the city council requests a future agenda item, which is informational about a topic. And then as follow-up to that, the city council provides direction to take next steps on that. That's the primary way in which these come up. Sometimes they come up kind of as corollaries to the presentation of new plans and projects. So the city council adopted a strategic communication engagement plan. There might be some other ideas that are outside of that plan, but are related that the city council asks about. And for the sake of resource planning among the staff and making sure that the city council receives these special projects, gets them delivered in an order that makes sense to the city council, I wanted to have a discussion about this. And also for work planning purposes, just acknowledge that the city staff believes that it can get to this list of items over the course of the upcoming fiscal year, but really doesn't have the capacity to take on more special projects, given the other things that city staff is working on within the existing resources. And so I was hoping to get feedback and have the council have a discussion about and kind of formalize. There hasn't been really a formal process of adding projects like this to the work plan in the way that we've had a formal process for the strategic plan and the CIP, where we look at all of those things together side by side and make decisions. These have been added on kind of incrementally over time. And so I just wanted to revisit this so we could get council's ratification of this list or a revised list, depending on what council wants. And in addition, consider establishing a bit of a formal process on this, which is, and I think a sensible approach would be to incorporate this into the budget and not revisit this list of special projects or add until we get to the mid-year budget. So I'll leave it at that. I'm happy to answer any questions the council has, or hear your direction on how you'd like to approach this.
Great. Let's get to questions. Are there any questions from council members? Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem
So-
Towns.
Just to clarify, you're looking for ratification of the list of projects that have not yet gone underway?
It's really a ratification of the entire list. I mean, some of them have been completed, and I think, as you have noted at points in the past, Council Mayor Pro Tem Toms, once we've gotten something underway, it's not, there's some sunk costs and there are some losses when we put those on hold. But I think it's fine for the city council to pivot on most of these, because for most that are underway, there's been an investment of staff time and research, but it wasn't a huge amount. So I'd really like, so that we can do our planning for the upcoming fiscal year, a ratification of this whole list. And if there are things you want to add, discussion of things that we might take away. So yes, it's really of the whole list.
So I
Any other
would just, if I can just ask for clarification on things like, for instance, implementation of the weatherization program.
Mhm.
Where is that in the process? Are we contracted with the county program? And also, what does us adding money give us that the program that's in existence doesn't already provide?
I will, so yes, we are underway, and I'll invite Community Development Director Whalen to give us an update. We're nearly ready to bring a contract to the city council to formalize that. It's been a drawn out process. So that's actually something we've invested quite a bit of time into establishing that relationship.
Good afternoon, council, mayor and council. So the weatherization and energy efficiency project we're working with the county and Bay Ren. And we hope to bring you a draft contract at the second meeting in May for you to consider, working side by side with the county and their staff to develop those materials. And essentially the program will be to enhance the rebate structure that's currently offered by Bay Ren to Pinole homeowners and residents.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tate.
Yeah. I think for me, when we see all these projects, I think council is going to continue to add projects no matter what, right? That's part of our function. That's what we do. We hear things and we're going to put them on the table to find out whether they're doable or not, right? Is there a way for us to have somewhat of a waterfall diagram, kind of like what the CIP does, where you have projects requested by the council, similar to what's been done here, projects in R&D, projects in design, projects under out for bid, projects under contract, projects in-house. I mean, there's all these different places that I know that we can put them, but I think what winds up happening is we don't see that capacity line for staff, and then that's part of why this generated this discussion. And I know that we've talked about it. It sounds like other council members have talked about it. It's really understanding, okay, what's underway, right? And when we say underway, I know that changes over time. Like, I know that if funding comes out of somewhere and there's an opportunity for something to go from 3 years to 1 year or 3 years to 6 months, that's a business decision that we make to say, hey, we're going to go ahead and move that project up because we have opportunity here, right? And then have that discussion about what that means for everything else. I'm just wondering if that waterfall type diagram could help everyone understand, okay, this is what everybody's working on, and we could keep adding, right? That doesn't stop from adding to the list. It just, we know that, hey, there's a lot of stuff underway that we can't get to necessarily. Which, looking at this diagram, it's like, or this document, I understand, or the presentation, I completely get it. I think when we get to the CIP, it's going to become more apparent, right? So to me, I think it's just looking at this list. Is staff going to come back and say, hey, these are all the things on this list that we think we can fit in, but that's it. Right? Like, or no, that, we can't do any more at this point, excuse me.
So that's what this is intended to be. City staff can get to this list with it before the end of fiscal year 23-24, but doesn't have the capability to take on anything more. And when I hear a waterfall diagram, it makes me think of kind of dependencies. Like this need and critical path, this needs to happen first, and then the next one. Most of these are really, there aren't very many dependencies in these special projects. They're also, by and large, not eligible for outside funding. So the grant component that is pretty significant in capital projects doesn't apply as much to these. Almost all of these things are funded by just the city's general fund. So yeah, and I absolutely understand that new issues emerge all the time. And so there might be new special projects that the city council wants to proceed on. Those could come up at any time, but we need to have a structured system for then plugging them in and removing something commensurate from this list, establishing a stable work plan. And we've talked about it a little bit before. Pinole is in really, in some ways, an exceptional growth period. And I don't mean the land use patterns, but organizationally, there are just a lot of new, there's both a lot of bringing things up to modern best practices that for whatever reason haven't been maintained in that stage. That's both our capital assets, but also our policies and procedures. There's that element going on. And then there's just, there are a lot of new ideas about opportunities, how to pursue new opportunities for the city. In a community and organization that's more static, for lack of a better word, the work planning process really happens through the budget, and it's not that complicated because the organization is basically just doing the same things every year. Whereas Pinole is in kind of a growth situation, we're exploring a lot of new ideas. And so, whereas, in a lot of cities, you wouldn't have a separate process to look at these, you just identify a few special projects and name them in the budget. Here, we're coming up with new ideas all the time.
Right.
So these are projects that I think we can get to in 23-24. If the city council would like to further prioritize them to put them in some sort of an order, that's fine. I mean, the city staff would love that guidance. But what I'm saying is, if we can agree that this is what we're going to work on in that next fiscal year, and then have some process for if the city council wants to add something new, take something away so it still stays within the bandwidth envelope.
Right.
And City Manager Mayor, when you say this, are you referring to
These other council directed special projects?
slide 10?
And that's really all of them. Well, it goes on for a couple pages. It's really slide.
But some are
8.
underway. So those are things that we're paying for staff's capacity to start at least. But slide 10 says not yet underway, which I'm imagining means that we have not paid for or funded or resourced any staff capacity for. Is that,
Correct.
is your recommendation given that? Does that mean that if we said game on for these three, and apologies, I just want to make sure I'm clear for the public, does that mean that you are essentially giving the green light for capacity for items number on slide 10?
It's
If the council moves forward with them.
It's really all of them. So it's really all of the
Everything,
items
okay.
on slides 8, 9, and 10.
Okay.
If there are some that you would like to consider taking off the list, we can talk about how much work has been done. Some of these are closer to completion or are well underway. We all know that we've hired a consultant to invest in the climate action adaptation plan, and that's a super high priority. So it doesn't seem likely to be one to come off the list.
Mhm.
Some of these are just, earlier stage. And I think most of them will be familiar to you because they've come to the city council. So we really have the capacity to do all of the things that are underway and the things that are assigned but not yet underway, but we don't have the capacity to do more. So if there are new ideas, I'd like to get those surfaced so they can be incorporated into the budget and also have a process to kind of stabilize it so it doesn't change too much over the course of a year.
Solid, thank you. And Councilmember Tave, apologies for that. I just had a question. Sorry.
No, I got it. I think to me, but that waterfall diagram doesn't necessarily mean dependencies, right? Like, is there a way to produce something like that so that we know if something's on the verge of construction and we're saying, hey, this other priority comes out of council, that there is the cost benefit, like, hey, everyone, we've just invested not only a bunch of money, a bunch of time and resources, that we're pretty much committed to this project and we're about to see those sunken costs across the project profile. And I'm wondering if that's something that, especially in council, because I think this happened in the past prior to me getting on council, and maybe even in the instance when I was on council, where council changed direction by change council direction. And instead of zigzagging like that and losing money, like we go straight to, yes, we're going to do this. It's understood by council and we step back and let staff work. Because I think that we're being, and I'll just say it, like, I think we're being somewhat disruptive to everyone's work if we're constantly adding more stuff without seeing what it does to the other projects.
So yeah, that would be, we can certainly come back, and a natural opportunity to do so is when we look at the preliminary proposed budget in a few weeks, because really, a budget would be a great place to document exactly which of these special projects we're going to pursue over the upcoming fiscal year and do the due diligence to confirm that we have the matching resources on. So yeah, I mean, a great outcome, and I think a satisfying one of this discussion would be for city staff to come back as part of that preliminary proposed budget discussion, which will take place on May 16th, with in the staff report a little bit more information about how much has been invested in each of these different efforts and how close they are to completion, which will give you a sense of which are formative and would be okay to put on the shelf without having sunk too much, versus the others which are just about complete.
Yeah, so if there was in those stages of completion, I think that'd be helpful. Similar to that chart that I just brings me back to that conversation about the chart we did for capital plan. And I think Misha did that, where it shows like a 5-year, okay, everyone, this is how we're going to invest to get to this point so that we can initiate that project. And my hope is that those two charts eventually come to, okay, through our budget process, we're seeing this is what we have planned, this is where we are, and then decisions are made, and then we go through our year and try not to touch it, right? Because there are those losses. And I think after that, we'd pretty much be looking at a pretty efficient way of us giving direction. I just don't want us to be, zigzagging back and forth between projects. And can we do 100 studies and then nothing gets done that year, other than those studies to tell us that we need to do stuff, right? I mean, that's how I feel like we've kind of been doing over time. And I think this might be that inflection point where we're like, okay, we have a strategic plan, we know what we got to do, and we start doing it. So I think it's good. I think we should just kind of, I don't know if you need a motion to do that, or seems pretty intuitive for us to do.
Let's keep going with questions
Sure.
because it's still, I have a few and I just want to make sure other council members have an opportunity to ask questions, and then we'll go to public comment as well for this item. And then we'll handle this more so as a business item because it's a little easier to process. Other questions? Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
So mix up a question and a comment. Sorry. Come up with some sort of matrix. Matrices will help, when it gets back to the question of criteria. What do we use to determine which of these shall we keep, which of these shall we set aside or defer? And then underlying that is, again, what's the basis for our thinking? We're not there yet. So when I'm given a list of these items, I can say one or two things. Do any of the projects that are council directed, not yet underway, fit in naturally, efficiently, sensibly, reasonably? And even my choice of adverbs right there tells you that I'm trying to find a place for these items to represent projects that fit in what we have already vetted, the strategic plan. If they have not, then that would be a one way to say, okay, let's defer them a little bit because they don't fit in with that larger picture. They don't fit in with the 4 goals that City of Pinole has. And we can have arguments, back and forth about that, which is part of the discussion. And I don't mean arguments, debate, but I mean, let's, describe why they fit, or maybe we don't even have to get to that point and just they will fit. So that's what comes to mind, as well as possibly having, are any of the not yet underway projects essential? If we are trying to have staff meet the goal of having a safe, thriving, and whatever other verbiage is in our goals, Pinole, do any of these projects contribute to that? And if the immediate answer is yes, and we can all say yes or no, I don't know how we stand on that, then yes, we keep them. If not, then it's easier to say, nah, not quite. Oh, we're wondering about that. Then we defer them. But I don't know. I don't know what we're thinking here. They're simply items that were listed were suggested at one point. I can think of, on page 10, additional item discussed but not yet assigned. Because hasn't been discussed. But an assessment of opportunities for public works maintenance function, reconfiguration, shared services, equipment, MOU, to me is like a way of operating. And the city perhaps has yet to, city staff perhaps have not thought of operating that way because they're so busy thinking about other things to do. And so that readiness is not there. And given that, then we defer it. We defer it to next year. It's a great idea, but we got to implement. So what are the must do's given our responsibility as a city to meet certain statutes comes to mind, or if we otherwise impair or harm our city in terms of liability, or whether they're safety concerns.
So, I mean, all of these are above and beyond what we must do. And they're also above and beyond the strategic plan strategies and above and beyond the CIP. This is why I wish there were a catchier and more intuitive way to label these than other, council directed projects. But none of these are things that would necessarily get done per the strategic plan or the CIP or our routine stuff, which is ensuring routine staff work. We already ensure we're in regulatory compliance. And over time, we're going to ensure that we're performing consistent with modern best practices. So really, all of these things are above and beyond. And unfortunately, there isn't a single, criteria by which you can judge which of these are most important, because the city provides a variety of different services. I'm happy to incorporate when we bring this back for the budget discussion, some assessment of, how consistent these are with the 4 goals of the strategic plan. My guess is that, and I feel quite confident, because these are things that council directed staff to do at some point, you've all gone through that assessment intuitively, at least. And I'm sure all of them serve one of the 4 goals because those goals are quite broad. And it's really just a question of the council picking and choosing. As I say, we're in a growth mindset. And so there are a lot of great ideas that have been surfaced, but there are more ideas out there that city staff could be working on. So for the sake of our own work planning, I just want us to get to this set list so that staff knows what it's going to be doing. And you have some comfort that we will incorporate this into the budget and get all of these things done by the end of next fiscal year. So there's that certainty. Whereas up to this point, it's been kind of a rolling list of we'll get to it as soon as we can. But we keep adding new things. And so I want to kind of migrate beyond that to some more certainty in these types of special projects.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
So I'm seeing the, electric vehicle charging station feasibility study that is not yet underway. And I'm wondering if, I want to make sure we're not duplicating efforts that have already been completed that cover Pinole. So that might be something as efficient as taking a look at the effort that CCTA completed with the Contra Costa EV readiness blueprint. So it could be a matter of, staff taking a look at that blueprint and saying, we can check this off the list because this really fits But I don't want to take it off the list because it might not fit, but I just want to just point that out.
Mhm.
Sorry, that wasn't a question, more of a
No, yeah, well, I think I had a question around those things because I think I'm looking at slide 10 and it says not underway. And I'm thinking that and I've heard different councils speak to these three items, but I'm wondering how these were decided to be council directed special projects. Are these motions that we made as a council with a vote, or are these part of a plan that moved into something? I just, for example, I don't remember the feasibility study or like the electric vehicle charging station feasibility study. I know that we're moving forward with them and because of the CIP, but I'm wondering, I guess, what was the origin of that?
The origin of that was a presentation that Public Works and Community Development provided to the city council on EV accessibility, I suppose, in Pinole. And there was direction during discussion of that council item that staff scope and conduct more of a feasibility and gap analysis in the community about whether people would like to see more vehicle charging stations and things like that. So these have all come, well, they've come in different ways, but I think they've all come as either direction from council during a discussion of an item of a council meeting, or a request for a future agenda item that morphed into really a project. It wasn't so much just an agenda item.
Okay, gotcha. And then for example, again, for slide 10, if these were to become underway, something like a electric vehicle charging station feasibility study, would staff recommend that be a part of the formal CIP process, or are you separating the process? Because for me, that sounds like an infrastructure assessment.
Mhm.
So is that separate than that process, or I'm just wondering, like, if that's not yet underway,
Mhm.
there's a recommendation perhaps to allow that to be underway. We're also in the CIP process now. That wasn't added to the CIP that we reviewed on.
Yeah, I think it's so there's kind of a gray area on the CIP. There's some other CIP projects that fall into that area, municipal broadband that we're seeking proposals for right now, and also recycled water, where an EV charging network may or may not be a piece of public infrastructure. This would also include a consideration of what private companies would install and kind of whether the city should be working on that. So that's why it's not considered in the CIP.
Okay.
The city council could decide, hey, a project like this we'd like in the CIP, and then we just move it over into that, under that umbrella.
Gotcha. Okay. And then just two things, and I got you, Councilmember Tave. Two questions I have is the economic development plan that we approved has year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, perhaps measures. Were those considered because we've adopted that plan, is that considered council directed? Because it's a adopted plan?
That's considered part of the strategic plan. So that's, the adoption of that economic development strategy and the implementation of that is in the bucket of strategic
that we're
plan
doing.
strategies.
So we
You
don't.
will be
need
doing
to
that. You don't need to council.
add project. Okay, so those things are going to be done, the year 1 directed. Okay, gotcha. And then just a last question, and I'll go to you, Councilmember Tave, is on slide 5, it says staff's baseline work. So these are great to see. I just had two questions. The first is, how much time for these staff initiated special projects or the current projects that are being worked on are used for process improvements? So it kind of goes to what Councilmember Martinez Rubin mentioned. When I read on slide 10, assessment of opportunities for public works, maintenance function, reconfiguration, shared services, equipment, MOU, I read that as a process improvement. So you do something, you mess up, or if you don't mess up, you see it and you're like, here's the best practice or the next practice, right, of that process. And I'm wondering, like, how do we monitor or measure process improvements in either the staff special projects or the routine work?
Yeah, it's a good question. The only reason this kind of assessment of our public works maintenance function is not a staff initiated special project is because we just haven't done it yet.
Okay.
But it's the kind of thing, essentially staff feels responsible for assessing every aspect of their departments and migrating them to modern best practices. So that's an ongoing effort. And these staff initiated special projects are reflections of where that's happening.
Okay.
But we're trying to do that everywhere. So yes, that is the kind, I mean, and that is primarily process improvement, customer service improvement efforts. So, if staff had initiated, it would be in this other list, basically. We had
It's in
started it.
others. Got it. Okay. So just to be clear, the Beehive reconfiguration where folks are using Beehive to track and monitor permitting and I think actionable task of Public Works too, as I understand it, is that part of others or is that routine work?
That's part of routine work.
Routine work. Because or why? I'm sorry, I just need to
Oh,
understand.
because we've already implemented, I mean, we purchased Beehive, we've installed it, and we're slowly beginning to build out all the modules and use it more fully over time. So
Okay.
a year or two ago, I would have said that's a staff initiated special project, but now it's kind of in place. So not every process improvement we've made over the course of the past few years is being listed here. That's really the ones that are underway right now.
Okay, thank you. And Councilmember Tate, go ahead.
I think the EV is a good example of, I think this council, or maybe it was a previous council, was like, we want to see more EV charging stations, right? By which that could be taken as direction, and then you go to staff and say, okay, let's do a feasibility study, let's go through and then check, right? Bring that back to council. Hey, everyone, this is what our feasibility study said. So I guess when I thought of EV, I thought, okay, this is naturally something cities are going to be marching through over time. And then we put money associated with that. And I remember the council meeting kind of got pulled back to, well, let's do a feasibility study and look at it citywide, right? I remember us talking about electric cars or electric fleet. We talked about the electric trucks, commuters and all that stuff. And then it started to become, well, let's look at it as a whole. And I think, it was previous council. And I just, that project went from let's do it to let's get a feasibility study. And I think that's that back and forth, like, is it easier? And I guess maybe this is the question for us to say, we would like to see recycled water come to Pinole. Just, we say that. Then staff does the initial, okay, we're gonna need a feasibility study, this initial design, planning, etc. At any point, we say, hey, we got to the feasibility study and said, this isn't gonna work, or it's gonna work. Do we go through those checkpoints, or do we have to take in each step as a council action?
Well, it's really there's an art and a science to it, but I think for the bigger efforts that have to get over a bunch of hurdles, it makes more sense to check in with the council and get approval to move on to the next step. So, we don't really have a sense of the magnitude of bringing recycled water to Pinole. That's a pretty big effort, but we can pretty clearly scope, let's do an assessment. And we also don't know whether it's even feasible, right? With our in-house technical expertise. So it feels more sensible to scope it as a feasibility study. And then council decides what to do after they receive that information. Whereas something small, like let's celebrate, Earth Month, we don't need to check a bunch of, because it's not tons of resources. We know how to do that without checking back frequently with council about that. We can just go and do it. So it kind of really depends on the magnitude, and how they're broken up is at what feel like appropriate checkpoints with the city council, because there are significant decisions to be made.
Okay. Yeah, it's just that conversation where projects I feel like that's one of those ones where we hit a max as far as staff's capability or ability to, just capacity, and had to go to, okay, well, let's do feasibility and then go that route because of the staff capacity. And I know at that time we kept hitting that capacity and adding more stuff. So it's one of those things that, to me, I think if we say, hey, we'd like to see X, that it kind of goes into that waterfall as to where it is and how to get us to construction and completion.
Any other questions? All right, let's go to public comment and we'll come back to council after. City Clerk Bell, do you have any comments for this item?
Yes, thank you. Rafael Menes.
Just wanted to make sure I left enough space for our presenter to escape here. So, Good afternoon. I guess this probably isn't the time to ask for more in detail points about the various special projects, but I am curious. I'd like to hear from the police department in the future about Project Hope. It sounds interesting, and the police department and city hall in general on the drone policies the city wants to implement across various departments. I agree that drones could be useful. I also think there could potentially be significant privacy risks that would need to be addressed. With regards to sort of the topic of how the city allocates staff time and basically setting a limit on how many projects it wants to have, I think it's a good idea to sort of set a cap saying we're going to have this many projects max. If we want there to be new projects, we're ready to take an old one off, put a new one on, just so staff has predictability over what work they're going to face. I know when I'm doing work, one of the things that upsets me most is when I'm in the middle of doing a task. And when I think I'm getting near being done with that task, I'm being told, oh, and also, can you do these 5 other things in addition? It shouldn't be a problem since you're already doing this, right? I think we all know just how infuriating that is. And while staff are professionals and they don't let their emotions get in the way, there's still, the raw resource and emotional impact of having yet more stuff stacked on top of all the many, many, many things we're asking them to do, like as the list of tasks that was shown on one of the slides in this presentation shows. They're already dealing with the CIP. They're already dealing with all the day-to-day tasks they have to do to get the city going. They're already dealing with all the sort of self-generated tasks that they see as staff would be beneficial to keep the city going. So if council just keeps on stacking more and more and more things, eventually something's going to break. And I don't think we want that. I'd be interested in if we could hear back sort of later on in the year, sort of as a status update, how the communications and engagement plan implementation is going, because I know that it's been adopted, but I don't know that much about how the sort of day-to-day implementation of it and its component pieces is going. I think that might be something that would be useful for the community to hear feedback on. And more broadly, I think it might be worthwhile with the special projects that aren't, at the immediate completion stage, like the ones that are sort of going to be getting closer to completion over the course of the year, than in the quarterly update process, like the city has quarterly updates and departmental updates and quarterly updates for the project process. It might be worthwhile having sort of a quarterly update for special projects. Like, these are the special projects that are going well. These are the special projects that maybe had a setback and needed to get delayed. These are special projects that maybe we'd like the council to consider delaying to a future year because something else turned up. So there's a dependency that we need to shift it farther back than we expected. Here's a special project that we maybe like to move forward because of that. So having a more frequent check-in than once a year might be beneficial if we're having a fixed list. And I guess the other thing is, I guess the broadband consideration falls under CIP rather than council directed special projects, because I recall seeing something about that in the CIP, but I wasn't sure whether that was an unfunded CIP project or funded or a council special project. So I wanted to ask about that one because it felt like it sort of fell in this sort of category, sort of not. And that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Irma Rupert.
Thank you, Mayor, staff. I'll make it really quick. I know everybody wants to get home. On attachment G, it's got, which I thought was great, the improvement plan. It's got the name of the project, the progress, the start, ending, and where it's at right now. Thank you. I really like this chart. I think we need to continue it and remove some that are completed. However, I do want to add, Mayor and Council, every time we start adding a project or something, it seems like we need a CIP, we need a 5 years later, or some kind of a consultant or whatever. We hired staff. I'd like to know maybe their expertise or talents and skills could be in-house. We can do some things in-house and start there. And then if we really need a consultant, let's get one. I think it's time to start initiating this thing about monitoring these contracts. Are we getting the consultants that we need? We really need, and are they, is the work satisfactory? I understand we got new staff and new city manager, mayor and council, but it's time to get things done. It's time to do things that we can today. And we must have people in-house that could possibly add to some of these projects, expertise, talents, and skills and training. Every time we turn around, we're hiring a consultant and we have to wait 6 months to a year to get something done. I think it's a little ridiculous. Thank you.
We have one online speaker. Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 4 minutes. Go ahead.
All right. I'd like to echo the last public speaker comment, 110% of some of the things that need to be seriously addressed in writing and in action. Case in point, there are things that should be under the basic programming of the Public Works Department, Maintenance, Parks Department that can and should be addressed on a regular basis. A few things is like the water fountain drinking stations throughout the city. Half of them are broken. They just come out as a trickle at best. Same with the restrooms, the timers and the locks on the doors in the restrooms, outside the restroom, and the locks inside the restroom. Case in point, the 2 locks are all broken on the men's bathroom at the Adobe Road dog park and barbecue park. That serves 2 parks where the public frequents very on a high rated basis. And the Public Works Maintenance Department goes there several times a week to do whatever they try to do there with their limited schedule. But the locks are still broken. The light over the bathroom is still broken on the timer on the roof is still broken. The water fountains don't work at the baseball kids park in Pinole Valley Park. The water fountains don't work outside. Both of them don't work outside the Bay Trail Park, right in front of our treatment plant office, where staffers visit every day. I just think we have, you know, we're top heavy on staffers, managers, and directors. We have too many chiefs and not enough Indians to do the job. So we need to look at that and hold different people not only accountable, but with checks and balances, and to follow up on these projects, small, medium, and large projects that are supposed to be done properly from start to finish. Case in point, some of the trees that were knocked down, they knocked down the branches and they cut the stumps, and then they leave them there for 6 months to a year, like scattered all over the caretaker's house property, or in Pinole Barbecue Grove on Adobe Road, or other things throughout the city. I don't know if they don't have the time or that's not in their jurisdiction to do that. They're waiting for an act of God to blow up the trees, like one of the mayor and council members said, oh, well, they'll disintegrate into the ground. You know, that's supposed to be ecology or something. You know, it's a visual eyesore and a disregard for public and general maintenance around our city. And that carries on to medial strips in the center of our streets. And it just gives the city of Pinole a black eye regarding, with disregard to that effect, with property values going down, attracting more businesses to come into Pinole and want to stay in Pinole rather than have vacancies every other year, and or keeping people in Pinole rather than wanting to move out of Pinole. So we need to put that down in writing as far as the checks and the balances and the follow-up with some of these projects that are being done, like the restroom. It took them 2 months 2.5 months to put up a sign that the restroom's broken at Pinole Dog Park Barbecue Grove. And it's taken them another 2 weeks to get the thing open and properly.
Thank
It-
you.
and-
That's
and that
time.
shouldn't have
Thank you, sir.
taken that long.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. Do we have any other public comments?
That concludes public comments.
All right, we'll bring it back to council for a continuation of the conversation that we were having. Are there any council members who'd like to speak? Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yeah, getting us back on track with what staff requested for us to consider, to realize that they are going to be able to complete, if I heard correctly, you'll be able to complete all projects in fiscal year 23-24. Question as to whether those that are on page 10 can be completed. That's where you want to have direction provided for us as council to either say, yes, go ahead, or possibly defer them. There are a lot of projects on the pages prior to page 10 that I think we would like to see completed. So if we get to the point of talking about those that are yet underway and can be deferred, I would suggest that we defer on here that's makes me think about the new relationship with Confire and the fire prevention activities that they are responsible. So the process required to establish a fire prevention maintenance district, that's a big project. And since we're in a new relationship with Confire, I would say, let's see how that is going. And with the expectation that they are going to be providing some fire prevention maintenance activities, and let's defer that activity on staff, for staff for a year.
I would just respond to that.
Sure. Go ahead, Mayor. Fortune.
I don't know if this item, the requirement of a fire prevention maintenance district, is the same as the East Bay fire prevention effort that's already underway.
Those are actually different items. This is about establishing just a city-based local fire prevention district, which relates to a source of funding. So even if, regardless of what organization is performing those services, this is about seeing if there's a new source of funding to do advanced additional work there.
Okay. And just two questions I have are slide 9. Research on a potential public bank. I just want to make sure, because it's a presentation, and this may be short form. Would that also be considered the feasibility of the public bank, and also the legality or partnership of them? What I experience is most of our cities or cities who have moved forward are partnering together for a public bank. Is that all inclusive when we say research?
Yes.
Okay. And then I didn't see the PCTV master plan here. So I was just wondering, where does that lie? That's not on CIP, but is that a staff initiated project, or?
It is, just because it was, we've had that in the work plan for a couple of years, I think, from soon after I began. So it's not recent, although we haven't yet completed it.
Okay, so that's technically would be considered on slide 5 under others.
It's within it's kind of an existing project.
Okay, gotcha. Great. Are there other questions? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yeah, just when we had the discussion about the CIP, I had mentioned something about taking a look to see if a tax allocation bonds might be appropriate. Would something like that be covered under any of these items that are already assigned?
Yeah, that actually relates to a number of different issues, but it's we're primarily think of that as coming in under the umbrella of the long-term financial plan that we'll be adopting this August. So that'll identify all of the city's funding needs and wants and sources. And so the consultants will be looking at that.
I wanted to make sure that was something that wouldn't be deferred just because of the timing of, the March 2024 and November 2024 elections. Should we decide that would be a good direction to go. So thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Councilmember Sasai.
Thank you. Question about the Old Town wayfinding signage, and I wanted to know, when was this proposed from a council? What was the meeting date of that? You have that on record?
No, I don't. It comes up, it's been raised in a couple different contexts. It was raised as part of the, I think as part of the strategic plan economic development strategy, but it also surfaced as part of the presentation of the Old Town parking and pedestrian study. So one of the findings of that study was there is adequate parking downtown. We don't need new parking capacity, but one thing that would help people use some of the existing lots is if there are more wayfinding. That grew into kind of a branding and wayfinding for downtown a little more broadly. So that's dates back to at least that conversation.
And how much staff time is used to look into this specific project? Is it more of the design of the signage? Is it the legality behind where it can be placed?
No, I think it's, there are some dependencies on that. So we have a separate effort running, which is the branding work. And the economic development strategy has some specific economic development branding. And so you'd want those things to tie together. So I think that's one of the reasons that this hasn't moved forward is we're trying to get to a decision on possibly a new city logo. And then there would be variations of that that could be used for different purposes. Really, we could have in-house staff, our planners, or work with consultants to figure out what a downtown wayfinding program would be like. We just haven't gotten to that project yet.
Got it. And that's a great point about the branding being consistent. And I think so myself and Councilor Martinez Rubin are both on the ad hoc seal design committee. And we set a deadline for that committee to end. It was spring of next year. Is that correct? It's like an arbitrary date.
Yes, I'm chuckling because it is a ways from now.
Right. And so my recommendation would be to just defer this into the next fiscal year, because without that, I would hate to have staff use their time to design signage and then have to redesign it after a year's time. And then last question is on the fire prevention maintenance district. And I was wondering if there was a recommendation from a previous fire chief or current county chief in terms of, is this necessary to have a local?
This was a council requested item. I think it was one of our council members had this idea. And again, it was a potential additional revenue source to do this increased wildfire risk mitigation work due to climate change. And so it wasn't so much about whether we need to do more work. We're already doing more work than we've done in past years to do primarily brush removal. The question is, could we establish a special district to pay for that additional work?
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tate?
So I like the fact that we're talking about this and getting all of these things on the table. I wanted a motion to have that waterfall diagram done, so that we can kind of see where those are, just collectively as a group and understand, if things are in concept, R&D, if there's a feasibility study, contract, design, being bidded out, in construction, or in long-term maintenance, right? Or long-term care from staff. So I'd like the motion to have that waterfall diagram come back to us. And I don't know if it's possible to come back during the CIP conversation, or should we wait? But I'd like to be able to see the projects that we're not getting to and the ones that we have already started. Because during that CIP process, I think that we're going to make decisions coming out of that may affect some of the stuff that's already in place, or we might take some of these and move them into the CIP. So I just want to kind of understand where they are in the stream of things, and the rest of council to kind of see what that looks like too, so we know what level of investment's been put in them. If there's a dollar amount next to how much has been put into that project or spent, that'd be helpful as well. So I'd like to motion to have that come back to council during our budgeting process. So somewhere before we make decisions. Does that make sense? City manager, can we do that next CIP or?
So just to be clear, most of these are not CIP projects. You might think of these as kind of the corollaries. These are mostly related to city programs. So these projects are things like additional city events. That's not a CIP project. That's and the climate action plan and plastic use, single-use plastics. So yes, we can certainly put together, and as I suggested before, maybe as part of that, the discussion of the preliminary proposed
Great.
budget, which will take place on May 16th.
Wonderful.
We can lay out that. We'll also do some just flagging for consistency with the strategic plan goals, although I feel pretty confident all of these will be consistent with one of those goals. And we can assemble, yes, information on what they're, how near completion, what investments already been made in them.
Great, I'll second that motion. Any questions on the motion?
Just
yes.
one other comment. Is it going to also include everything that's being worked on currently?
So we're just talking about this council directed additional projects. It would be quite a task to and format kind of the routine tasks. So I don't know if that would be helpful. That's already kind of in the budget. And the staff initiated special projects, I also think of as baseline.
Okay.
So we've got a couple buckets. The strategic plan strategies are kind of their own thing. You guys already have a well-defined process for the waterfall presentation of the CIP items. And we'll just come back with, for these non-CIP, these programmatic efforts, a presentation that looks a little bit like the capital improvement plan. It says what their status is. And then you all can decide if you want to ratify that as the special programmatic projects for the upcoming fiscal year.
Great. Okay.
All right, any other questions on the motion or comments? Madam City Clerk Bell, can you call the roll?
Thank you. Council members Martinez Rubin,
Yes.
Hayes,
Yes.
Sasai,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Toms.
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Other deliberation, motions or comments?
Oh, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes,
Um,
Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yes, thank you. That we defer process required to establish a fire prevention maintenance district in Pinole. Yes.
That's your motion?
That we defer it.
Okay.
Yes, I think the consideration is that it be implemented in 23-24. So the deferral would be that it would be implemented beyond then.
All right, is there a second to that motion?
If I may clarify that item, it's really just a discussion of a presentation of what would be required. It's not, we're not talking about implementing a special district in 23-24. The deliverable is information to the council on what would be required to establish that, just so you're clear on that scope.
May I ask a question about the motion?
Sure, Councilmember Sasai.
Is the deferral to fiscal year 24-25?
Thank you. Yes, it would be. Thanks for that. Yeah, clarification.
you.
Yeah.
I'll second.
All right, thank you.
For a comment.
I do too, as well. Mayor Pro Tem Thomas first.
Keeping it on the list at the same time that we're having a region-wide discussion on wildfire mitigation, I think it's appropriate. The other thing is about timing. If you defer it to 24-25, we've missed an opportunity to take the issue to an election. This is it's establishing a special district which requires the voters. And so if you're going to defer it for 1 year, you might as well defer it for 2 years because you're going to miss an opportunity.
Yeah, I was just gonna, thank you. I was gonna agree with that, but I was also gonna mention that this is a great opportunity to integrate this conversation into our long-term financial plan as one of the many funding sources that could, backfill or fill up some of the considerations around our budget. So I honor the fact that we want to move and defer things, but I think this one specifically could just be integrated into a plan as a consideration. Even if we don't move forward with it, at least having the process required to establish one is something we all need to know. So just wanted to
Or
mention
that we ought to know. That we ought to know.
that we
process
all,
that we ought to know.
all need to know. Yes.
Okay then.
May I ask another question?
Of course, Councilmember Sisson.
So the deferral would be, we would be deferring the presentation with information on this item not the actual item. If that makes sense. Sorry for the wording. It would be deferral of the presentation coming back to council.
Deferral of the information on what would be required. And then subsequent to that, city council could consider whether to then pursue implementing that. We're just talking about providing the information on what would be required to establish such a district.
Got it. Thank you. And the argument Mayor Pro Tem's Tom's had made was that we'd be missing an opportunity to have this be presented on the ballot. Is that correct? For next year's ballot. Got it. Okay.
We would be that much less informed about it.
Yes.
Because our council would not have had the benefit of the staff having researched and presented to us what Pinole's contributions or related activities would be toward establishing a district. And when we're talking about the, to possibly have it on the ballot, that would be for our city ballot, our City of Pinole ballot.
Got it.
Okay, right. Well, thank you for that input. I'm glad we have these discussions.
Of course.
Is that motion?
Is that motion?
Oh, then I rescind my motion.
I will rescind
Yes.
my second.
Thank you. Great. So there are still open motion. Well, there's no open motion on the table, but there's opportunity for any motions that folks would like to make.
I have one.
Yes, Councilmember Sasai.
Yes, I'll move to defer the options for Old Town wayfinding signage to the fiscal year 24-25 council directed special projects.
Is there a second to that motion? All right. Other considerations or motions? And I just want to reiterate, by these current projects not underway, there is a consensus from our staff and our city manager that if they are underway, we can move forward with them. So you're not actually asking right now or recommending to pull away from any of the current other council directed special projects, which what I hear you say is that adding more after this point would be a challenge.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right. I am interested in what a waterfall diagram is at some point, so I'm looking forward to that coming back. I just want to say that. I am also very interested in the decision-making around staff initiated special projects. I think there's a need for that and a space for that, but I'm wondering maybe that conversation around the waterfall will allow me to understand more around how the decision-making goes into staff initiated special projects, and then how as a council we can understand those, how we play a role in that. One of the things that comes up is the internal diversity, equity, inclusion. What's the W stand for? Oh, welcoming. Thank you. The welcoming initiative. What that entails, it seems like a very stellar project, but also how does council play a role in it as well? That one in particular seems like a very robust process and project, but I was wondering how to, I know we're not taking this off and I don't want to suggest that, but I'm wondering, like, again, how does council play a role in that development of that project, at least from the policy or budgetary standpoint?
Council plays a role in that the council provided the funding. I don't think council approved the contract with the vendor we're using because it wasn't of that amount. But that was council, yeah, I guess in the appropriating the budgeting also considered the scope. That's just an internal project that we're doing within the organization. I don't know if I don't have anything else to share about it. We just kicked that project off with a assessment among city employees of what they feel the current conditions are related to diversity, equity, inclusion, and welcoming. And we will be working with the consultant that we've brought in to then design some next steps and interventions to make sure that we're addressing areas where we think there's an opportunity for growth.
Okay. And are the city employees inclusive of the council and the treasurer as well?
Not for the purposes of this project. So it's
All right. Are there clarifications that council members would like to make? Otherwise, we're going to continue on to the next item. But I think we should probably make a formal motion to continue, or excuse me, to affirm or approve the other council directed projects that are not yet underway. so that staff has that direction. Yes, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yeah, just to clarify, I think I think what I heard council already suggest was we bring back this entire list of projects, the ones that city council has already assigned as well and are underway, as well as the ones that are not yet underway, with the exception of the Old Town. We bring all those back with the waterfall diagram to be discussed at the May 16th meeting.
That was one of the motions. I didn't know if that was enough for you all.
Oh, yeah,
given the
that
staff
is.
recommendation. Okay, great. So that being said, Councilmember Martinez Rubin, I'll allow you to go and then we may close out this conversation.
Clarification, why are we making exception for the Old Town wayfinding signage?
Council's discretion to make decisions about those items right now, to defer consideration of the complete list until May 16th. I thought that there was a motion that was made.
But there was no second to it.
I
There's no
understand,
second.
yes, my,
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
forgot you
Okay.
rescinded that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
No, we're all helping each other, try to keep track of that.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Did you have other statements or questions you might like to make?
statement. So thanks for clarifying that even the items not yet underway could be accomplished. It's no additional, so, okay. I think we will just live through the next 23, 24 and see what ideas we might have and work through what we will do with those, given that we will now see from staff that the multiple projects that are here are going to have varying timelines for completion. Okay, all right, thank you. I'm also kind of thinking through this as I'm saying this, so pardon me if I'm not making sense at this point. Yeah,
All right,
thanks.
no worries. Are there any other council members? All right, well, I think City Manager Murray has received the direction you and staff need. That brings us to, we had public comment on this item already. So that brings us to what is still item 5A on our city council special meeting agenda. But on the addendum advanced meeting agenda, we are on item number 7, which means that we are in discuss next steps.
And from staff's perspective and Patrick's perspective, there are no additional next steps items that need to be discussed. You've already provided direction to make some modifications to the strategic plan, which has now been approved. And so we'll post and share the updated strategic plan with the changes that have been made. And you've already provided direction related to the fiscal year 2023-24 special projects work plan. So there's nothing further to discuss there. And so I think we're ready to conclude the workshop unless City Council would like to discuss any other matters.
All right, I don't think we have any other matters to discuss. We do, Mayor Pro Tem Tom.
I just have a wrap up since we're wrapping up. I just wanted to thank our city manager, Mr. Ibarra, all of the department heads and staff for sticking with us today, and the members of the public that are here and the ones that participated online. It's quite an investment of all of your time and it's appreciated.
Well said, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you so much. And thank you for everybody for your work and your engagement. We will now adjourn our city council meeting to the next regular city council meeting of May 2nd in remembrance of Amber Swartz. Good afternoon. Enjoy your weekend, everybody.